This is the regular meeting of the Morro Bay City Council. It is Tuesday, May 14th, 2019. We are at Veterans Memorial Hall. It is 5:32 p.m., 209 Surf Street, Morro Bay, California. We do have a quorum of council members present. I'll call the meeting to order and ask for just a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Councilmember McPherson, if you lead us in the pledge.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you for that. And let's see, do we have a closed session report?
No reportable action, Mr. Mayor.
No reportable action. Thank you so much. With that, we will move to Mayor and Council members' report. Council Member Addis, anything to report this evening?
Nothing to report, but I do want to thank my fellow colleagues on council and the public who donated to be the celebrity rocker. I was not the celebrity rocker, but we raised almost $6,000 for Rise Slow and during April, which was Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So thank you to those of you that donated and to my colleagues up here that supported the cause as well.
Absolutely. Congratulations on that. And Councilmember Davis.
Yes, hi. Welcome, everyone. Tonight, I want to recognize one of our special Morro Bay citizens, Nancy McKelvey, for her contributions. And along with many others, Nancy works with the Lions Club and the Circle of Friends to provide the Monday night community dinners here at the Veterans Building. She also works with the many other Lions activities here in town, including assistance with the Amgen Tour of California Volunteers Coordination. So I want to thank Nancy for always being present when volunteers are needed. And that leads into a reminder tomorrow, the Amgen Tour of California finishes here in Morro Bay. The finish is estimated to be at about 3:43. They're pretty accurate with their times. It'd be within a few minutes of that. There'll be a festival on Harbor Street beginning at noon with lots of vendors and entertainment and giant screen TVs and nonstop coverage as they come flying down Highway 1. It's going to be a great spectacle. On Friday of this week is Bike to Work Day. The Chamber of Commerce and City of Morro Bay are sponsoring a free breakfast for all bike commuters, so show up in front of City Hall beginning at 7 o'clock, and there'll be free coffee and I think breakfast burritos out there. And then at 8 o'clock, we will do a short community ride. I was hoping that I was going to be able to do that. However, I do not yet have a spousal release to ride a bike. So I've asked Mr. Livick, and he has volunteered to lead the ride. It will start about 8 o'clock in front of City Hall. So thank you, Rob.
And where are you going to?
The route will be down to the Embarcadero and out along the Harbor Walk to see the statue that the women in commercial fisheries placed out there, and then take a turn up Embarcadero around in front of the high school past our water treatment plant, and then back along the Class 1 bikeway on Main Street and back up to City Hall. Unless Rob, as the ride leader, always has the option to
Stretch the route a little.
stretch the route, yeah.
Or shorten it depending upon, the breakfast, right? Okay. Councilmember McPherson.
I do not have any announcements tonight.
Nor do I. Thank you. City Manager Collins.
Sir, thank you. Scott Collins, City Manager. Just one additional note on the Amgen. There is a community ride tomorrow at 1:30, and anybody can participate, but still plenty of room. It's $25 for adults, and kids are ride free with a paying adult, and benefits go to the Slow Bike Coalition. Very good. Also wanted to bring attention to council and community. There are 3 appreciation weeks this month of May. May is very popular. First to start is it's Municipal Clerks Week, or was May 5th to 11th, and in special recognition of our city clerk, Dana Swanson, she was officially deemed a certified or certificate for or certified municipal clerk, which is a huge deal. A lot of work involved with that, and a lot of people know in this community, and if they don't, they should, how hard she works to provide public the information that they need to participate effectively in their government. Next up is the National Police Appreciation Week, which we're currently in, May 12th to the 18th. Our police officers do a tremendous job of providing a blanket security for our community, for the peace in our community, and we appreciate all that they do. Today at the Pismo Pier at 10 o'clock, there was the Peace Officers Memorial Service, which was fantastic, honoring the 8 lives of police officers and law enforcement agents who were killed in the line of duty this past year in California alone. And last but not least, we have Public Works Appreciation Week kicking off May 19th to the 25th. And our Public Works office does a tremendous amount of work for our community. A lot of things you don't see, like our utilities and our parks, and keeping our roads clear, and helping with things like Amgen, making sure that we're appropriately identifying where parking impacts will be, and all the like. And we really appreciate all that Public Works employees do for our community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. With that, I'll ask council to come down to the podium. We have a Hunger Awareness Day proclamation that we'll present to the Food Bank Coalition of San Luis Obispo County. So if you'll meet us down there.
Probably get one more person back there. Another person. I think we could.
Okay, welcome. This is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay declaring June 7th, 2019 to be Hunger Awareness Day. Whereas the Food Bank Coalition of San Luis Obispo County is the leading hunger relief organization in the county, and whereas the Food Bank was founded in 1989, and this year is celebrating its 30th anniversary, fantastic. Whereas the Food Bank provides, the backbone infrastructure for hunger relief and is the primary source of quality and affordable food for over 70 partner nonprofit agencies that feed the hungry. And whereas the Food Bank and its coalition partners deliver nutritious food to those in need in every community in the county, from Nipomo to San Miguel, on the coast from Los Osos to San Simeon, and to points east, including Creston, Shandon, and California Valley. And whereas the Food Bank provides millions of pounds of only the most wholesome nutrition, which advances and promotes important public health outcomes. Whereas the Food Bank is coordinating a county-wide promotion called Hunger Awareness Day on June 7th of this year. And whereas the Food Bank believes that the people of our county will rally in a one-day push to donate funds needed to alleviate local hunger. And whereas people giving donations on June 7th can raise the funds needed to help alleviate hunger. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor John Heading, and the City Council of Morro Bay declare June 7th as Hunger Awareness Day in Morro Bay. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Say a few words.
I'm Andrea Keisler. I'm the Director of Programs at the Food Bank, and we're just so thankful that you made this a part of your meeting today, and that Morro Bay is such a a strong community and supports the food bank in alleviating hunger for the 1 in 6 residents of our county who experience food insecurity during the course of the year, every year. So thank you.
This is for you, and looks like you have some wonderful gifts for us, too. That's nice.
You'll see throughout the county we have about 30 sites in every town where people will be wearing these T-shirts and collecting donations for the food bank. So we're presenting the city council members with a T-shirt for each member, and also we have these buttons which say 1 in 6. So we're hoping that you'll wear these also. So thank you so much. Let's see here. So this one's a large.
Large? Got any extra large? Extra large?
I don't have any extra large, but I can get one for you.
I'll give you the large. All right.
Okay. Does everyone have one?
Large too?
This one is a small,
All right, that would not be me.
and this one is a large. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Perfect.
You want a picture of this?
If we could, that would be fantastic.
Somebody take a picture? Anybody? Anybody capable? Hello? Is there a motion for a picture?
I second that.
Look back at me. Choose which one
Thank
you like
you
the
very
best.
much.
You're very welcome.
We really
Thank you for
appreciate
all
it.
you do.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
All right.
Thank you. I think I've met you before.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah,
At the evac.
At evac. Yes, you're right.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, and here's the buttons. There's a few. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Those are cool T-shirts. Those are really like those. Okay, that brings us to our business spot for the evening. I'd like to welcome Lindsay Hansen from who's a certified massage therapist. Lindsay, welcome. Come on up and tell us about your business.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I pre-apologize. I don't think I've had to public speak since I was in high school, so it's been a little over a decade. I'm Lindsay Hansen, and I am a certified massage therapist here in town. Really creative business name. It's Lindsay Hansen, Certified Massage Therapist.
Right.
So really creative, easy to find me. I have been in business. I haven't been in business. I've been at my current location since December, so it's really exciting. It's still new. I just had an open house, and I have been doing massage for 8 years. So something a little bit that sets me aside from some of the other businesses, massage businesses here in town, is that I do mobile, which is great if you have a loved one that has a hard time leaving the house for any reason, or you just like the convenience of having a massage in your own home, which is kind of nice. So I do work pretty closely with the Garden House. It's an assisted living home here in Moore Bay, so I do work with the residents there, which is always, really great to help them out and do things like that. So I do some of those things. I lost myself. My office is located on Main Street. It's at 645 Main Street. It's Suite F. And I see the police chief. Don't worry, I do have my fire extinguisher. I have that in and everything. And so my phone number, if you want to contact me, is 805-801-4958. I also have online booking for your convenience, which is really exciting. Just recently got that. And you can go to my website. It is, had to double check that one. It is lindsayhansen.massagetherapy.com. I do have a weird spelling, so for my first name, it's Lynsey, no D. Yeah, so I don't really know what else to say.
Do you have regular hours, or do we just call? Yeah, I
Thank
just
you,
wondered
Mayor.
if maybe,
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, I am open Tuesday through Saturdays, and I'm open. I open at 10 and I close at 7. Except for on Saturdays, I do close at 5. So, yep, close on Sundays and Mondays.
Any special kinds of massage that you do, or I know therapeutic, but any?
Yeah,
Not that I'm familiar with all those things.
I do a little bit of Hawaiian lomi lomi. It's a lot of long strokes. I don't do the traditional Hawaiian lomi lomi, but I do use a lot of their techniques. So they're nice and long strokes, so you kind of feel really relaxed, and then do a little bit of trigger point, so you feel a little beat up too. But then we re-relax you. So really therapeutic. Get a lot of that workout. I feel really strongly about specifically doing a massage for whoever comes in. So whatever the techniques that I do have, we can kind of change them up and make sure that you get what you need. So yeah. So thank you again for having me and bearing with me for this last 3 minutes.
Sure. You did a great job. Thanks, Lindsay. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
With that, we will open up general public comment for items on the agenda for which you can't stay for and you'd like to speak now, or items not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak, you can either fill out speaker slips. No need to do that if you're not inclined to do that. I will start with my speaker slips. Looks like we have some young people in the audience. Would that be from Miss Potter's class? Miss Kennedy's class. Great. Okay, Miss Kennedy. I have Tyler Hickson. Tyler, we're glad you're here. Come on up to the podium, and maybe somebody could help us lower the mic for Tyler. Welcome, Tyler.
Hi. Hi, my name is Tyler, and I am a student council rep for Del Mar Elementary. I am going to talk about the school Olympiad, which is held on the last day of school. On that day, the 5th graders run sports activity stations, and the whole school participates and plays the games. That day, the staff also plays a game of volleyball against the 5th graders, and we all get a treat while we watch and cheer.
Great. And then I have Emily. Is it Biddles? Brittles?
Riddles.
Brittles. Okay, Emily.
Hi, my name is Emily, and I am a student council treasurer for Del Mar Elementary. I would like to share with you our upcoming Spirit Day. It is the last one of the year, and we are going to be doing a few things. We will be having a red carpet fashion show during lunch, and students are encouraged to dress up in their finest or funkiest outfits and show them off on the red carpet. During the day, we are encouraging everyone to play the game of concentration. This is to encourage focus and listening with your classmates.
Good job. Sounds like fun. And then I have Ava Catton.
Katen.
Oh, man, I'm bad, aren't I? Ava, welcome.
Hi, my name is Ava, and I am the student council secretary for Del Mar Elementary. I will be talking about the open house. It will be held on May 23rd, and the community is welcome to attend. There will be a raffle and food in the multi-purpose room, and then everyone can go visit the classrooms and see the students can show off the projects we have been working on. We can also go visit other classrooms and talk to other teachers. It will be held at 6 to 6:30. Meet in the multi-purpose room to 6:30 to 7:30 classroom visit.
Great. Sounds like you guys have a lot of stuff going on. Do you need any city council members to play on the volleyball team against staff? You need some help? We have Councilmember Davis, who can jump really high right now, who probably would like to join you. And then for the fashion show, both Councilmember Addis and Councilmember McPherson would probably love to participate in that. But we're really excited that you guys came out to tell us about what's going on at Del Mar. It's great when you young people come out and see us at the City Council, and you did a great job at the mic, you guys. And so teachers, give them extra credit, please, if you would. And then I have Sandy Potter, the advisor for public comment. Sandy, welcome from Del Mar.
Yes. Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you, Councilwoman Addis, for inviting us to start this program. It's been really a wonderful experience for all of the kids, and I'd like to thank the parents and the kids for coming, and then also Miss Kennedy. All three of those student council kids are fourth graders in her class. And I just wanted to make a surprise announcement. We have all kinds of wonderful things that happen in our school. A lot of things that don't make the news that you may not be aware of. We have wonderful intervention programs. We have all kinds of extracurricular things that are lined up. We have the whole staff is on board in helping each and every student succeed and meet their own potential. And again, I just can't say how many wonderful things about our school, and we have all of these opportunities, all of these special things are put in place by one person, and we just absolutely love her. And so I wanted to announce that just recently our principal, Janet Gould, was named District Administrator of the Year.
Wow, congratulations.
So thanks for letting us brag a little bit. And then we have a special treat for you. Tyler, if you come back on up. Tyler here is one of the fourth graders that's been studying recorder with Mrs. Bravante, our music teacher. And a lot of the students became proficient, but Tyler has excelled, and he has gone above and beyond in learning extra songs and extra practicing. And so he's been kind enough and brave enough to come and perform for you.
Great.
And I think this is a song that you taught yourself. Is that correct? Okay, so
All right,
I
Tyler.
think you'll recognize it.
Great. Go ahead, Tyler. We're looking forward to it.
It's hard.
You're fine. Take your time.
It's just like a little warm-up scale. Just like you did. Take your time. You want to play it?
I think I should do a little bit over there.
Yeah, sure.
I have to do notes sometimes.
Okay, just do a few notes. Do whatever you have to do to get warmed up.
Oh, it keeps screeching. Hard note.
Do you want to play outside for a little
You're
bit?
doing just fine.
Yeah.
All right, let's cheer Tyler on, you guys. Come on. All right, Tyler.
Woo! Play just a few
There you
notes.
go.
Warm up. Play a warm-up note. There you go. Play a few. Yeah.
Oh, it's really quiet.
Or you can put the mic down there by it,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
it'll sound better. Pull it down. You can pull it farther.
Are finished?
I'll just.
Great. That is great.
You did it! Good for you. That's great.
So that was the Avengers Endgame, was that? No. That was Star Wars, wasn't it? All right. Great job, Tyler. Appreciate that. Thank you, and congratulations, Principal Gould, on your award. We love you. You know that. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Yes, and may I say that Principal Janet Gould will be on stage at the conclusion of the Amgen Tour of California tomorrow afternoon, making one of the presentations to one of the top 3 finishers. So thank you for volunteering to do that.
Great. Thank you so much. And with that, I have Mimi Goldberg. Mimi, come on up, public comment. Welcome.
I'd like to say good evening to all the council members and everybody here. My name is Mimi Goldberg, and I have been a resident of Morro Bay since 1989. I'm here to address the problem of no trash cans down at the Rock. And I'm here to remind you of the mess they made when they went away. It's not fair to deny Morro Bay. Wait, I'm sorry. I totally was like him right now. Oh my gosh. It's not fair to deny Morro Bay of a beautiful place to stay. And you ought to know it's best for all to have a beautiful town with bins marked and easily accessible and not overflowing, and always should have room for more trash. And trash looks bad. Bins need to be plentiful. Tourists don't want to look for bins carrying trash. It looks bad. Make trash, tourists, Morro Bay foolproof. These truths are self-evident. Lack of trash bins looks like we're afraid of terrorists, aka like London. Everyone agrees we need them. A lot of residents are getting resentments against tourists because of trash. I personally pick up trash and I show by example. But physically, I can't pick up all the trash. There are a few of us, including parks, maintenance, who are overwhelmed. I'm a friend of the Harbor Department, Morro Bay Police Department, and especially plants and animals and people. The lifeguards have told me that people are handing them their diapers and their trash. In Big Sur, they have signs because they think people are trashing. It's the rich people on the North Coast. And they have signs that say, Big Sur hates you. I believe that is not the proper way to go about it. My daughter Lena Goldberg was on the Morro Bay High School surf team and is now flourishing as an excellent longboarder. Thank you, Nautilus. But last but not least, please, it's not just because I was a biologist and I love kayaking to the sand spit. Every time I think about all the trash, I can't help think about is my beautiful 19-year-old who's going to have children someday. I don't want to see my grandchildren swimming with water lids and diapers and dead animals. I'm going to make this happen before I pass away. Thank you very much for your time and listening.
Thank you, Mimi. Thank you for the serenade as well. We appreciate that. Public comment is still open for any member of the public who would like to come forward. Come on forward. If you feel comfortable, state your name. If you want it in the record. If not, not a problem. Welcome.
Mimi, you're a hard act to follow. But I would like to piggyback on what she has to say. I am a board member of Morro Bay Beautiful, and I go out on Embarcadero every Monday morning. And yesterday morning, I went from dockside to the Rock and back and filled up 3 bags of trash. And a lot of the trash that is overflowing ends up getting blown away. And then we have birds that come and take it. And so it's not really a question also, too, of having more trash, because that invites people dumping their extra trash in the public trash cans, which I understand is a problem. But maybe the alternative would be having the trash picked up more often during the week during the tourist season. I don't know what that would mean for the budget. But a lot of the trash that I pick up is small, but it's obviously that it's windblown because I'm going through the dunes and finding it. So that's what's happening with it. So that might be an alternative too. Mondays are big days. Mondays are big hit days, and that's when I encourage people to go out there. I've also started a campaign on Facebook via Morro Bay Beautiful, and you can go to our website to start a campaign on End the One and Done. We're going to start with plastic water bottles, and from there I would love to go to diapers, because back in the day it was better just to have regular diapers anyway. But we'll start with the water bottles and go from there. But that aside, oh, Mimi's gone. That aside, I'm here about the C1 project, and I'm here to talk to you a little passionately about this. I was trying to figure out how I can tell you where my angle of this is, or where it's coming from. I have worn many hats in my lifetime. I've been a professional business owner, but my biggest job was really being a housewife and a mother. We raised 4 children, and I had to live on a budget. And I had to live on that budget. I mean, we had meatless Mondays before that was even a thing, because you have to live on a budget and things come up. And I don't know a darn thing about engineering or pipe sizes or consolidated permits or any of that stuff that has to do with the sewer project. But what I do know is back in October of 2018, this city and the staff and the consultants recommended that the council approve a GMP for the amount of $67 million. Now somehow, the same or largely the same staff, council, and consultants say we need an extra $2 million. Why not $20 million? Who is holding on to, who's in charge of the Treasury? Who is taking care of our money? It's our money that we are entrusting to you. So I ask you that if you say it's going to be something, then stick to it. I'm also concerned, too, that I hear, and I don't know how right it is, that this is not as far along in the planning as it should be at this point, and my 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
But I just ask that please take care of the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Public comment is still open for items either on the agenda that you can't stay for or items not on the agenda. Seeing no members of the public coming forward, I will close public comment at this time. Mr. City Manager, any response on the trash issue? Maybe it's a new, or Mr. Leivik, a new revelation. I'm not sure if you have anything to say about it now, but I thought I'd give you the opportunity.
Sure. As council may recall, a few years ago, the decision was made to remove the trash cans from the rock and consolidate that trash to a single point near the restrooms, and ask people to basically pack their trash over there. What was happening is those trash cans were filling up. We only get 6-day a week service from the garbage company. Sundays are not an option for trash collection, so it seemed better to have consolidated recycling at trash at the Rock. I have not heard from the maintenance crews, but I'll double check with them and report back to council on the amount of windblown trash that we're getting out there. It sounds like it may be an issue now, and we may need to refresh our education program.
Great. Thank you, Rob, for that. Appreciate that. With that, I will open up public comment for consent agenda. Any members of the public wishing to come forward to give public comment regarding consent agenda, please do so now. Looking deeply into the audience, waiting. Seeing nobody interested in public comment on the consent agenda, I'll bring it back to council and entertain a motion.
I'd like to pull A4 and A6.
A4 and A6. Any others to pull? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for approval of A1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8.
So moved.
Second.
Motion for approval of A1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8 by Councilmember McPherson, second by Councilmember Davis. Roll call vote on that.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
Thank you. And Councilmember Davis, A4 to begin with.
Yes, and I'm tying the two of them together. And my question has to do with the consumer price index that we are using. A4 has to do with adoption of the FY20 business tax schedule, and it refers to the Morro Bay Municipal Code, which has set the consumer price index for Los Angeles, Riverside, and Orange County. A6 is the master fee schedule, which was set by Resolution 55-15 to the San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose as a comparable area for CPI changes. So my question is that a problem that we use two different indexes for two different purposes? And
yes, thank you. I don't see it as a problem. We just look up the index every year when we do the update. So whether it's in the code or by resolution, which index we use, it is a bit odd that they're not consistent. And I can't tell you the exact reason why. San Francisco is not always higher than LA. They kind of fluctuate back and forth. So I can do an average real quick for you. I looked up the last 4 years. I'm not sure what the reasoning was behind choosing LA for business license and San Francisco for fee schedule. I would note that the business license as a tax is adopted with a vote. That's why it's in the Muni Code. So I'd have to defer to our legal counsel if we would have to do a vote to change that CPI, and it probably depends on what the language was in that ballot measure. The master fee schedule is not in the code, it's by resolution, so we could adjust that by resolution.
do you see any need to make that adjustment?
It doesn't particularly matter to us in finance.
Okay. Then I guess I'm okay.
Okay. You want to move approval?
Then I will move that council accept items A4 and A6.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, roll, and you said both A4 and A6. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
Great. That concludes the consent agenda. Give us a moment to get our paperwork to the right place here. Brings us to item B1. This is a public hearing just to review for those of you in the audience and for council the process for public hearing. We will first entertain the report from staff, followed by questions from council directly to staff. I'll then open up the public hearing and ask the individual to come forward and speak regarding the issue. I'll take public comment after that. If there are any further questions, allow for those to occur, and I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion and a motion. So with that, staff report, I'll open up with who's presenting. Cindy? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. This is a conditional use permit, CUP-18-10, for the U.S. Coast Guard located at 1279 Embarcadero. It is a concept precise plan approval, and this project, the applicant is proposing an 800 square foot addition to an existing approximate 3,000 square foot existing Coast Guard station building. The proposed addition includes an area for birthing rooms and restroom facilities, which would primarily enable the Coast Guard to station female Coast Guard personnel overnight. The construction is single-story on the east side of the building, and the footprint of the addition, which will extend eastward into the parking lot, will impact 5 existing parking spaces. The reason this is before the City Council is this is a CUP request that is required pursuant to the city's plan development overlay, which requires both Planning Commission and City Council approval on publicly approved land, or publicly owned land, excuse me. Here's an aerial image of the site. The existing Coast Guard building is colored in yellow on this image, and by way of orientation, the city's Harbor Department building is located next door to the south. As I said, this is publicly owned land, so this is City Lease Site 141, and the area in red denotes the Coast Guard building. The area in black represents the area of the proposed addition, and then the hatch marks show the proposed contractor staging area. The plans included with the staff report include both existing and proposed visual simulations. And for illustration, here on the screen are the is an image of the existing building, and then this shows the proposed addition. So before and after. These photo simulations, which are showing from the east looking west, include a view of the project looking toward Morro Rock. The area of the proposed addition was designed to minimize or avoid adverse view impacts and also be visually compatible with the existing building. Oh, I went backwards, sorry. The existing building was built approximately in the early 1990s. The next couple of slides show the site plan and the floor plan. So the area in yellow depicts the location of the proposed addition as well as a proposed trash enclosure. Both of these areas are colored in yellow on that screen. And then again, you can see where the Harbor Department building is and where the loss of the five parking spaces would be, as well as this a sixth space, which would be an existing parking space reconfigured to be an ADA accessible spot. The proposed floor plan. So as required by code, the Planning Commission did review this project at a duly noticed public hearing on April 16th. They reviewed it as a combined concept precise plan CUP approval due to the small scale nature of the project. Planning Commission voted 4-1 to forward a favorable recommendation to the City Council for final approval. That approval did include one condition, which is noted as Planning Condition 4, which is a condition for a construction staging and traffic control plan. That plan would be submitted prior to construction with the goal to minimize impact to neighboring pedestrians, cars, and businesses. In addition, at that PC meeting, the deliberation included, as well as the construction staging, also Planning Commission discussed parking and electrical vehicle charging, or EV charging. As stated, the project would impact 5 lost parking spaces. These 5 spaces that are to be removed are currently reserved for Coast Guard personnel as part of a support services lease that the Coast Guard has with the city. Pursuant to the city's recently approved lease agreement, SLA, supplemental lease agreement, excuse me, a one-time payment of $75,000 will be made for these lost spaces. This is the equivalent of 5 parking in lieu spaces. It's not expressly designated as parking in lieu, but it is a commensurate amount. One area of discussion at the Planning Commission meeting was that the Commission wanted to recommend that the Council use that one-time payment for purposes of installing an EV charging station along the Embarcadero where there is none that currently exists. This was not included as a specific condition in the PC resolution or the Council resolution because it is outside of the scope of the CUP. That is the Planning Commission's recommendation. Since that meeting, the Harbor Department has informed community development staff that they would prefer that these funds go as a one-time payment to the Harbor Accumulation Fund. Should the Council request that this go toward installing an EV charging station, staff can be directed to bring back a separate resolution addressing that recommendation. Coastal Commission did also provide concurrence on this. The City Council is used to normally seeing that. In this case, they did provide concurrence, and that is addressed in the staff report. City's general plan and local coastal plan emphasize maintaining Coast Guard's presence and mission in this area. The project as proposed is a single-story addition designed to avoid any impacts to public views. It's single-story, located on the east side of the building. In addition, the Coast Guard provides for enforcement of boating laws and is essential to boating safety, which provides for significant public benefit. And therefore, it is staff's recommendation to adopt Resolution 2819, making the necessary findings for approval of CUP 18-10 as a concept precise plan approval for City Lease Site 141 at 1279 Embarcadero. And that concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Cindy. And just remember, Council, this is questions only, no discussion at this time. So I'll open it up for any questions. Looking to my right, Councilmember McPherson.
Okay, all right, I'll begin. Can I ask, first of all, how you intend to accommodate the lost parking spaces for the Coast Guard? And I know that parking is an issue down there, so I just want to know what arrangements you are intending to make for their parking since they're losing spaces.
We'll call a friend.
As Cindy said, the Coast Guard has a separate lease that provides for those spaces, that provides for their dockage on the pier and the shack on the pier, or the shed on the pier, and those 10 parking spaces. That 5 of them are going away as part of this project. That lease is up this September, so we'll be renegotiating that. They've already actually engaged with the Coast Guard recently to start those conversations. I need to get it into closed session and start getting some direction from you. So it's really going to be up to what we negotiate with the Coast Guard, and whether they want to try and replace those 5 somewhere else or not replace them, or what they want to do with it. So it's not really a part of this project per se, other than they're disappearing as part of this project. Then we'll renegotiate it down the line this summer.
Okay. I think I would also like to ask you about the trash. I noticed that it looks like the trash containers are in the same location that they currently are in, and I know that that's a very tight space there, and if you're taking out parking spaces and you're still planning on a driveway there, I'm wondering if there's a possibility of putting the trash containers somewhere else that don't interfere with making that turn. And
The intent was to put them in an enclosure now, as opposed to just having a bin out there, which is what you see now.
Okay.
But there is room out there for them.
There is.
In that location, there is room to put an enclosure. Again, you won't have the bin out there. At least it'll be a little more attractive.
Oh, okay.
As attractive as a trash enclosure can be.
All right. And I noticed that there's an informational sign that's going to be placed. Where is that going to be placed?
So it'll be on the north side of the building. There's currently a landscape planter area on that side of the building, and it would be mounted within that landscaped area.
Okay. And I know that we have, the Historical Society is working on putting up those kinds of signs all over town, and I'm wondering if we can make sure that this one is consistent with what the direction they're moving, so that we can have some coordination there.
The intent was actually to engage the Historical Society to help with this.
Okay, good.
I think we made the Coast Guard folks a little nervous, and we required that at the Planning Commission level, and they were like, not really sure what we're supposed to do with that.
Okay, all right. And with respect to the condition placed by the Planning Commission, how do you think you can stage that so that you can keep that driveway open? Is that at all possible? And I know that there is some concern from businesses in that area about making sure their business is accessible during construction.
Yeah. Well, yes. We'll put together a staging plan. They kind of put staging over the whole entire area behind it, but that would cut off access to several parking spaces and impact circulation. So I think the intent would be possibly to push the circulation up into the spaces that abut the Embarcadero. Can you go back to the slide so you can see what I'm talking about? So there you go. So if you see the spaces that are adjacent to the Embarcadero, we could probably push circulation up into there so they could stage behind the building. It's going to be a constrained site, and there are going to be times when that needs to be closed off. When they're dropping off materials, maybe when they're doing certain types of construction. They haven't engaged the services of a contractor yet, so we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. Probably be looking at putting together some program where they notify the adjacent business owners when there's going to be a closure that exceeds an hour. And I'll be working with the harbor director to come up with, kind of what's acceptable there, because anytime something that's not acceptable happens, he's the one, since he's right next door, that's going to get the knock on the door. So our intent is to work with the business owners over there and with the Coast Guard to do the construction, to get it done in a timely manner, but not interrupt the business folks over there.
So you would try to maybe make sure that deliveries are when it's not going to most inconvenience the businesses, and
when we're also hopeful this will get done in the off season, so it'll be less of an impact regardless. And
okay.
I think that's the Coast Guard's hope as well. Although they can speak to that, they're here. So.
Okay, and the $75,000 payment. Are you asking council tonight to make a recommendation about what should happen to that money? If it isn't going in the parking in lieu fund, it would go in some other fund, and I don't know for sure what that would be. Maybe Jen can tell us. An alternative to put it in.
So the council has complete authority to decide what it wants to do with the $75,000. You approved the supplemental lease agreement a couple of meetings ago that identified the $75,000. I would imagine if you don't, it ends up in Harbor's accumulation fund, and he's got a long list of projects that probably wouldn't even begin to touch. But that being said, if you're interested in having an EV fast charger, which is specifically what the Planning Commission was interested in having down there, was an EV fast charging station. We don't have any of those in town, by the way. We have charging stations, but not the fast chargers. So if you wanted to do that, you could certainly, give direction to staff, and we'll come back with what that looks like. And
but you'd like us to do that tonight as part of our decision?
You don't.
making?
You can make the decision or not make the decision.
Okay.
It's not really associated necessarily with the project. It was a standalone, separate recommendation by the Planning Commission, and so council can choose to do something with it or not.
All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Great.
Point of order. We may want to just hold that through the budget process and see where things come up, especially when we talk about CIPs on Thursday. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and ask my question. What's the cost of EV charging station, approximately?
So staff's recent conversation with the APCD, I want to say it's in the neighborhood of about $60,000. They're not cheap. The level 3 are pretty expensive. I would add that there are no level 3 chargers along the north coast corridor here, Morro Bay, Cayucas, Cambria, Los Osos. So that's certainly something that would be needed for the city.
And where's the closest? Would it be San Luis Obispo?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And I guess that covers a majority of all models of electric vehicles, except for maybe Tesla, or do you happen to know the range of vehicles covered?
It could cover those. For Teslas, they have the adaption kit thing that you can use for them, but it wouldn't be a Tesla fast charger.
Right,
it would be a standard fast charger that serves all cars.
And are there revenues that the city would incur as a result of people using that if they charge their vehicle? Would they not use a credit card?
That's typically how it works. Yes.
Right.
I don't know the amounts.
Don't know the amounts, but that could be something that could be researched, and we could
certainly,
find
if the council wanted to go down that road, we would certainly bring back that information.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And we have 2 existing level 2s in the city, and those are self-pay by the user. They have to use an app to pay for that charging.
Right. Okay, great. That was my only question. Councilmember Davis.
Yes. Sometime later this year, we're going to do a parking management plan throughout the city. Is that correct?
We'll discuss a bit more on item C2 about kind of the next steps should council adopt the action items, which one of that's been informally approved by council is a parking management plan discussion.
Okay.
So,
And can we assume that part of that would be to determine locations for EV charging stations?
Probably in the initial phase wouldn't be to get to that discrete of a level of detail. It'd be more kind of, here are the kaleidoscope of options that we can pursue for parking management. And maybe generally we want to increase the number from 0 to more than 0. That could be some broad policy direction, and then we would bring it back at a later time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at some point, though, we will plan where we place these charging stations.
Yes, given where consumer choices are going, it'd be a prudent thing to do.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, that's all.
Councilmember Addis.
Yeah, well, thank you to staff for answering my questions via email, but this one seems pertinent to ask again now. So if the $75,000 went to the Harbor Accumulation Fund, what kind of things would that money be used for as opposed to toward the EV charging station?
Any number of major capital projects that we have on backlog, we've got if money were no object and we want to just start building all of our capital backlogs of equipment and capital needs, we could spend $400,000 or $500,000 a year. We just approved a reallocation of some funding to pave the alleyway between the fish dock. That's about $20,000. We could replace some of that. We could go towards any number of the projects that I've got on the current budget to help some of those out and get a little bit more work done on maybe some of the T-piers. Lots of things. I could spend that money in a heartbeat. Our accumulation fund, as you know, is going to be down if we spend everything that's in the upcoming budget for 1920. Our accumulation fund is going to be down to just about 4 figures. So.
Sorry, and if council wanted to spend that money on the EV charging station, we don't necessarily have to decide where it goes. Like you could say that's what we want the money for, but later when this parking plan comes up, decide where it goes? Or it's all like a one-time decision?
Yes, well, you wouldn't decide tonight where you want it to go, and it requires three-phase power, and we only have three-phase power in certain locations on the Embarcadero, so there's certain areas it couldn't go, so there are some limitations there. Okay.
Great, that will conclude the council questions. I will invite up Coast Guard applicant. Welcome this evening. Good to have our partners here on this exciting project. If you'll introduce yourself, and you have whatever time you need to make your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Lieutenant Commander Jared England. I'm with the Coast Guard's Facility Design and Construction Center in Seattle, and I'm the project manager for this project. Really pretty brief comments. The staff report covered the project fairly well. Wanted to be here, though, to try and answer any questions or concerns you may have. This is an important project for us and very needed, and unfortunately we do have some constraints on the timeline with our funding, so want to try and resolve any concerns that you may have here if possible. So for the existing building, it has about 1/3 of the space for the crew size and boat complement that are there of our standards. So there's some constraints placed on the crew, a number of constraints placed on the crew by that. Chiefly, those challenges are with the berthing space. So first off, there's only about half of the berthing space available for the number of crew that need to stay overnight during periods of heavy weather. So in instances where the weather is bad and they need to have 2 boat crews available, either the response time is delayed by crew members staying at home, which in some cases is quite a distance away, or they're sleeping on the floor. So certainly not an ideal situation. And then the second limitation, of course, is there's no flexibility to accommodate mixed gender assignments to the station. So Morro Bay is one of the very short list of places, units in the Coast Guard where no females can currently be assigned. So this project, even though it is fairly small, would correct both of those issues. So it's something that's really important to us, the Coast Guard, and really excited that we're moving forward to this point. Long term, it would still leave the station undersized, and looking forward to continued dialogue between the city and the Coast Guard about what that looks like. But that's obviously not what I'm here to talk about tonight. More just on this project and how to move it forward. Coast Guard's got a long history in Morro Bay. We love this town. It's a great location for us to operate out of, and want to continue that. At the same time, want to be good neighbors. We, as an organization, are fairly large, but really we are more like here, where it's a small unit in a small town. So it's really important to us to be good neighbors and addressing the concerns with traffic flows and parking. That's really important to us, and we want to get that right through the project. So that's all of my comments. I just want to say thanks to the staff for working with us through this. We had some tight timelines all along to make this project happen, and wouldn't have been possible without all of their assistance and input along the way. And thank you for your consideration.
Great. I'll ask you to just stay in case council has any questions. And so I'll open it up for council questions directly to
I do have
Lieutenant?
a question for you. If we approve this, and I know you're in the process of applying for a coastal commission permit, when would you expect to begin construction?
So earlier today, we had a site walkthrough with some prospective contractors, and hoping to award July or August. There will be some additional design necessary for the building permits, but the plan is to start construction in the late fall or early winter and be complete with all of the activities that would be most disruptive to parking and traffic flows before the spring.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any questions to my left here? Yes. Councilmember Addis.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you for coming, and thank you for your service and that of the Coast Guard. I think we really appreciate having you here in Morro Bay, and I think the men at the Coast Guard station provide a lot of community service besides just your service in the area of safety, and so I want to thank you for that. I am a little confused, though, about why there haven't been women at the station for the past decade.
So it's purely due to places for them to sleep at night. Currently, there's only 2 berthing areas. So crew assigned to the station have overnight watches so they can respond to search and rescue calls whenever they may come up. There's 2 sleeping locations, both with multiple person locations. So they're just. So if we assign females to the station, we would have to, number one, get enough females to fill up a berthing room because there's no extra, and then they would always have to be on the same watch schedule. So it would be challenging to the point of really limiting their ability to complete the mission. So that's purely the reason why. Is just there's no way to get the assignment process and the limitations there, and then the challenge of getting crew duty rotations to all line up with all the factors that go into that. That's simply the reason why.
There hasn't been an opportunity to rent a house or.
So I don't know why that hasn't happened before. That's a great point and a great question. Currently, they have rented a house during the period of this construction. I cannot answer why that hasn't been done in the past.
And then, do you know the plan and the timeline to ensure that that your hiring does include mixed genders? And the reason I ask this is I see the city as a partner with the Coast Guard. I think there's a lease agreement that indicates that, and then, this current agreement, that's the reason I'm asking it in this context. Mm-hmm. Is how do we know, we're not going to go another decade with the same kind of hiring?
Right. So the female crew members are there. The Coast Guard, like any military service, you're assigned to a location for 2 to 4 years typically, and then you move to another location. So it's simply a question of those female crew members being assigned to Station Morro Bay. Right now, there's a prohibition on them coming here because of the berthing issue. Once that's removed, it will be like any other unit where it's based on the merit of the individual and the competition for getting assigned there. So there's people whose job it is to make those assignments, looking at all of the overlay of people who want to go to the various locations and what their background and qualifications are for those jobs. So I can't say there's any guarantee that can be provided as far as females being assigned there. But there's really no reason why they shouldn't, and they'll be able to compete on a level playing field with every other Coast Guard member.
So they could have the same kind of assignment as any other Coast Guard here?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none. Okay. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for your service. Really appreciate what you folks do. The association with long history with Morro Bay, and we look forward to a long-term future partnership with you. Appreciate that. So with that, I'll open it up to public comment. Any members of the public wishing to come forward, do so now regarding this item. If you feel comfortable, state your name. If not, not a problem.
My name's Bob Keller, citizen of Morro Bay. Mayor, council member, staff, Morro Bay citizens. I support this very highly, and I recommend City Council move on with this adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Public comment is still open on this item, B1. Any members of the public wishing to come forward, do so now. Welcome, Jerry.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and staff. It's odd being on this side of the mic. So I'd like to speak to the EV charging stations. We didn't want to encumber the project to slow the timeline down, but we thought this was a perfect nexus to try to earmark some funds for the EV charging stations that we need desperately in Morro Bay. For one thing, it would be a draw for members of the outside community. They would look on an app and see that there were charging stations available, and then be able to pull off of the freeway. And so it would be a draw to Morro Bay. So there are no fast chargers between. Actually, at Madonna, there's a Tesla chargers. And there's 2 other chargers in San Luis, fast chargers in San Luis by Marigold Plaza, and there are no other fast chargers all the way to Monterey. So with today's announcement that the NOAA site in Hawaii picked up a 415 parts per million CO2 reading over an extended period of time. And the last time that CO2 was that high in the atmosphere was 3 million years ago during the Pleistocene era. And at that point, the sea level was 20 meters higher than it is now. So there's a direct correlation. This is, I hate to try to earmark funds to short the harbor department, but I think this is a really critical need for the city, seen as our largest source of greenhouse gases is vehicle traffic, as vehicle emissions. So I see this as a nexus and a way that we can earmark funds to get the design, get the staff time to get this process going. The other thing is that there are grants out there available, such as EVgo is tied into the Dieselgate settlement, and they're putting EV chargers, fast chargers in throughout the country. So if we could tie into that, then we could actually get some grants available, and then those funds could go back into the harbor fund to be reimbursed to the harbor fund. So I see this more as as not as much as an outlay as an earmark to get the process going. And in the Planning Commission, we had 5-0 consent on this, and I'll be available for questions if there's anything I can do to help with this. Okay, thank you.
Jerry, and thanks for your leadership. Appreciate that. Public comment is open for item B1. Looking around, surveying the audience, seeing no further public comment, I'll bring it back to council. And if I heard you correctly, Mr. Collins, you're suggesting that the discussion regarding the allocation of CIP funds be considered on Thursday as part of our discussion, second discussion on the budget, at which time we'll take up capital projects. Is that correct?
So I'll just weigh in here for a minute. I think that's a great idea, especially if this is something council is interested in. We may be able to explore some existing revenues like government impact fees or something like that, and you could achieve maybe the best of both worlds.
Thank you for that clarification, and I would ask with council concurrence that we separate these items and specifically, I'll make sure that we address on Thursday's meeting a discussion with regard to EV charging and the capital budget and potential other revenue sources and/or consideration of the $75,000 funding. And I'll bring it back for just discussion regarding the recommendation at hand, if that's okay.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd suggest that we actually close the public hearing with the understanding that the public comment had opened the public hearing.
Yeah, I knew you were here for a reason. Thank you, Chris. I will close the public hearing. Appreciate that. And bring it back to council.
Okay.
So, discussion. Or I'll entertain a motion if there's no discussion.
Well, I just want to say that I fully support this. I really think that Coast Guard is necessary, vital part of Morro Bay, and we want to keep it here, and I'm so glad that they've come forward with this proposal to expand, and which allows females to be here as well. So I'm fully support a motion to approve this.
I think I saw Councilmember Addis kind of motion over there that she wanted to make a motion. Would you like to make a motion?
I do, but I'd like to add something to it.
Read away.
Okay, so I'd like to ask that staff report back to council in the form of an information. This is what I'd like to add.
Why don't you read the recommendation?
motion? Okay.
Yes, please.
All right, so the motion would be I move that council adopt resolution number 2819, making the necessary findings for approval of the conditional use permit number 1810 as concept precise plan approval for lease site 141 located at 1279 Embarcadero.
And you had an addition?
And then I'd like to add, and that staff will report back to council in the form of an informational report that will provide an update on the efforts made to hire women at the Morro Bay Coast Guard Station, at least annually, starting after the building expansion construction is complete and going through the end of the existing lease, so that we could get some informational updates just in the form of an informational report on how that hiring is going, especially in lieu of the fact that we don't know why there hasn't, we know the space has been too small, but we don't know why women haven't been, had residence at an off-site housing.
Okay, so there is a motion. Is the motion clear, by the way, or would you like it read back?
I think it's clear.
Okay, it's clear. Is there a second?
I'll second for purpose of discussion.
So, a motion to adopt Resolution 2819, making the necessary findings for approval of conditional use permit 18-10 as concept/precise plan approval for lease site 141 located at 1279 Embarcadero, and have staff report information back regarding the hiring of women annually after the building is complete until the end of the lease term.
Point of order, just that the update wouldn't be on the hiring of women, but on the efforts made to hire women.
Efforts to hire women.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that this is it. They obviously hire women, so it's more. Will they assign women, or will they place women here? Okay. So it's on the placement of women at this station.
Yes.
So point of order, is that clarification okay with you as the motion maker? To
yes.
Assign,
so not to hire, but to I guess
assign,
to assign
women.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. And
or to
you're
place.
Okay with that word? Of course you said.
Yes, I am.
All right, assign. Yes. Is that clear, Madam Secretary? Great.
I just wanted to ask staff, is this a burden on you, or maybe I should ask the Coast Guard if that's a burden on them. This is an annual report.
Yeah, I think we could accomplish that, just coordination with Coast Guard local staff and see how that's going. it's pretty much just how many females have been hired and what.
Placed here,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, sorry.
Yes, placed here, yes.
That's stuck in my head.
Assigned here.
Assigned here.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. We do have a motion and a second. Any
Right.
further discussion?
I have a little bit of concern about the construction staging and the traffic. I had an ex parte conversation with Mark Tognazini.
Your mic.
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, well, you moved away from.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, yes, I've had an ex parte conversation with Mark Tognazini. And following that, I had a email conversation with Scott Graham. And Scott, the elements of the plan that Scott relayed to me, I think are adequate to do the job, and I don't know if it's necessary to memorialize those or not, but basically it is to support an effort to keep a through lane open at all times except during times of material drop-off and so on, and to have a point of contact that the surrounding businesses can talk to if they have any concerns about the traffic. So I just want to make that point, that it is important that we consider the neighboring businesses.
That is exactly what we'll be doing.
Good. Yeah, and I had that same conversation. Thank you for that ex parte with Mr. Tognazini, and discussed it with staff and comfortable with Planning Commission condition and with staff's efforts to make sure that it happens if you're comfortable with that. Okay. With that, seeing no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
Okay. Great. Thank you for that. And thank you again for being here this evening. Coast Guard, we appreciate that very much. That will bring us to item, get my papers in order here. Item C-1, review and approval of basis of design report, potential change orders, PCOs, and increase of the guaranteed maximum price for the water reclamation facility. With that, I will turn it over to either Mr. Livick or Mr. Casares, or both. Thank you,
Hopefully
gentlemen.
not both of us at the same time.
We hope not.
Before Mr. Casares gives his presentation, I want to make a couple of points of clarification regarding one of the recommendations authorizing the city manager to execute change orders. The intention was for that to be $125,000 in total, not per change order, but in total for the project, and it would only be used for times of urgency when we wouldn't have time to bring it to council to get their authorization. Otherwise, if any future change orders come up, they would be brought to council prior to executing those change orders, no matter what the cost was. Other point, that this is the basis of design report. It's what the design team from the design build joint venture needs approval on to continue forward with the project and to maintain our construction schedule. So I just wanted to highlight those two issues, and I'm going to turn it over to Eric for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Livick. Mr. Casares, welcome.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Eric Casares with Carollo, the city's work program manager. Thank you for having me here this evening to present on item C1, which deals with the basis of design report for the water reclamation facility, a number of potential change orders, and a potential increase in the guaranteed maximum price for the design build contract. Again, what we're recommending here tonight is that you review and approve the draft basis of design report, or what we refer to as the BDR, throughout this presentation. Review and approval of the potential change orders for the water reclamation facility project. That would, in total, would result in an increase in the guaranteed maximum price from $67,234,000 to $69,102,000. Authorize the city manager to approve future change orders to the GMP up to approximately 0.2% of the increased GMP, or a maximum of $125,000 in total. And then authorize the city attorney to prepare and the city manager to sign an amendment to the design-build agreement for the water reclamation facility, essentially memorializing the changes that we discuss here tonight. So I've broken the presentation into a couple of parts, and we've got room for questions in between. I'll start off with a presentation of the basis of design report. So the basis of design report really represents the next phase of progress of the project. Really, this project, as the water reclamation facility itself, started off with the master plan back in 2017, and really setting what that facility was going to look like. Kind of the next phase of refinement of the project was the design-build RFP, which was completed in early of 2018. That RFP was used to solicit proposals from several design-build teams. Those proposals represent kind of the next phase of development of the project. We're now here at the design-build team's first major deliverable, which is the basis of design report and the 30% set of design drawings. So we're not done in terms of the design process. We've got a couple of additional design stages to go through. We'll move forward from this 30% design into the development of the grading package. Because this is a design-build project, we will be starting construction before the design is completed. So after the grading package, we'll move into the 60% design and then the 90% design. This has really been a collaborative work effort between the program team, the city, and the design-build team, starting back to around the end of October, November 1st, with the notice to proceed that was issued for the Felance Black and Beach team. Since that time, we've held a number of different workshops, 6 in total, actually 7 with the one that we held last week, and we brought the draft basis of design report to WRF-CAC last week on May 9th, and are bringing the basis of design report to you all tonight on May 14th. So in total, as I mentioned, 6 workshops to get to the basis of design report. Most of these were multi-day, full-day workshops, so a number of hours went into collaboration with the design-build team to identify really what the project needs to look like. So what is the purpose of the multi-hundred-page document that you received? The purpose of the basis of design report is to really define the project scope. So as I mentioned, kind of the previous project element was the proposals that we've received from the design builder. That was in response to the RFP. Now that we've been able to spend a number of months with that proposal, we've identified some of those changes that we would like to make to the project. And really, again, the next purpose of the BDR is to really identify the changes that we've made and minimize any future changes. So this is the stage in a design-build project where you would expect the largest number of changes. We need to focus on the site plan refinement. The reason for that is because, as I mentioned, with the design-build project, we're going to be starting construction before we finish the design. The first portion of that is the rough grading and the earthwork that needs to take place. Early procurement of critical pieces of equipment. A number of pieces of equipment that we're going to be using for the project are large, expensive pieces of equipment that have very long lead times. So we go through a competitive procurement before we get into the main component of construction. And then, again, to support early start of construction, we want to identify and define as many elements as we possibly can at the 30% to allow us to move forward unhindered. What we have up on this slide is a revised site plan, which shows the site plan of the new water reclamation facility. So this is oriented with kind of south to the left and north to the right. This site plan does not look terribly different than the site plan that was put forth in the proposal, but there are some noticeable changes to the orientation of some of the structures and consolidation of some of the structures, and several of the PCOs that we'll talk about here tonight relate to the site plan and some of the changes that have been made to that site plan. Just a couple of highlights. The area that the city is looking to purchase the piece of land is about 27.6 acres, and the area of the actual facility itself is around 15 acres. So there's a number of technical topics that are brought forward in the basis of design report. I just wanted to give you a quick highlight. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask about the basis of design report, we can do that before moving on to the PCOs.
If we're okay, can we just move on? Is that
sure?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the potential change orders. As I mentioned, we gave a presentation to WRFCAC last Thursday on May 9th, and as we go through this presentation, I'll identify some of the input that we received from WRFCAC, specifically when we get towards the end of the presentation and we start talking about the recommendations and a summary of what we're asking for. But first, we want to talk about really what is a PCO and how does a PCO evolve. So as I mentioned, we've been looking at the project and working with the design build team since November 1st of last year. So when we're talking about a PCO or a potential change order, that really starts with the first element here, which is a suggested change to the WRF that is identified. So either somebody on the city side or the program side identifies something in the proposal document that is not exactly how we want it moving forward and as we want it in the water reclamation facility when it's constructed. So someone identifies a change. We work with the design build team to determine if that change represents a material change in the design build scope. As I go through at the end of this, we'll talk about some PCOs that didn't make it off the cutting room floor, and a lot of those were kind of no-cost PCOs. So PCOs that we thought maybe have a cost impact. At the end of the day, they didn't, so we adopted them without really moving them forward through this process. So if we determine that it is, in fact, a material change in the DB scope of work, then the design build team goes off and they develop what we call a ROM, or a raw order of magnitude cost for that change. So based on that raw order of magnitude cost, we then come back together and we talk about it and we identify if that change is worth the raw order magnitude cost that we've identified. So maybe some of these PCOs we enter into at the very beginning, and we may have a pretty good idea of what the cost impact is, and we may know that we want to move forward with that PCO right away. Others, we really don't know what the cost impact of it might be, so the design build team goes back and comes back with some budgetary cost number for us to say, yes, we want to move this forward, or no, we don't want to move this forward. So if we make a decision to move forward with the PCO, the design builder then goes back and produces the wealth of detail that we provided in the staff report for the draft PCO. So detailed design revisions as well as a detailed cost estimate for those design revisions. So that draft PCO is developed and it's delivered to the city and the program team, and the program team reviews all of that detail and comes back with comments, and we meet as a group to discuss those comments and essentially negotiate the number of different items. For example, the quantities that were used to develop the PCO, the unit costs that were into development of the PCO. All of those things are discussed with the design build team, city staff, and the program manager. So once we discuss those comments and decide how those are going to move forward, the design builder then goes off, incorporates those comments, and comes back with a final PCO, and that's really what we're bringing here for you today to consider. So just a summary of the proposed PCOs. You can really view this process and the 30% design of the basis of design report as a reconciliation of the DB's team interpretation of the RFP, and no RFP is perfect, and the city's ultimate needs. So we're really reconciling what we got from the design build team with what we really need for this project moving forward. At this point in time, we're bringing forth a total of 17 PCOs that we have gone through that process that I went through on the previous slide, and we've negotiated the final impact of those. Those 17 PCOs represent a net increase of the GMP of about 1.9 million. So a number of those PCOs are cost increases to the tune of about 2.2 million, and about a half dozen of those PCOs are cost savings to the tune of about 345,000. So the result is about 1.9 million of a net increase. Did want to mention to some of the public comment earlier, when we developed the $126 million budget last June as the basis of the rate study and the basis of the rate increase, we were carrying a contingency on top of the $67 million in the GMP of about $6.2 million specifically for the water reclamation facility. Taking that into account, if all of the PCOs were approved, we would still have a remaining $4.4 million in contingency for the water reclamation facility itself, and that does not count the contingency that we have for both the conveyance facilities portion of the project as well as the recycle water portions of the project. So just wanted to highlight this. These PCOs do not result in an increase in the total project budget or any impacts to the previous rate increases or surcharge that was approved last year. So as I mentioned, there are 17 different PCOs, and this is maybe a little bit easier to see. We do have hard copies of the presentation in the back for anybody in the audience that has problems seeing some of the slides. But here's how these 17 PCOs come together to, these are the cost increase PCOs, which are about 11, and how they come together to form that $2.2 million in increase. So just a summary of kind of how those cost increases are justified or how they break down. There's really three main categories that we place these into. One of them is operator safety. There's a specific PCO that we'll discuss here tonight that has to do with operator safety and improving operator safety. One has to do with just long-term improved operations to the tune of about 1.8 million, and then about 145,000 is associated with long-term O&M cost savings that we've identified. So these are the different rationales that we've used to justify the different PCOs. In the staff report, all 17 PCOs have the rationale that was used for bringing them forward. So rather than focusing on all of the cost increase PCOs here tonight, I picked four. These are the four that were presented at WRFCAC that represent the vast majority of the $2.2 million cost increase. That's PCO 9, PCO 17, 21, and 22. So we'll jump into those. And I can't answer questions on any of the other PCOs after we get through this, so I just wanted to make that clear. PCO number 9 is the consolidation of the chemical facilities. So this site plan is a little bit different than the one I showed previously. This one is from the proposal, and it shows these three different boxes in green. These three different boxes represent storage of a significant amount of chemicals that are used to operate the facility in three different locations. The area furthest to the south is the RO building, where we're going to house the RO membranes and the UV reactors for disinfection. We have there a little bit further to the north is our kind of main chemical storage area, and then the furthest area to the north with the green box is the membrane bioreactor, where we also house a couple different chemicals for cleaning of those membranes. So here's a little summary of where those chemicals were previously contained. Through the refinement of the facility and the development of the new site plan and input from operations and maintenance, what we've done is we've created a larger centralized chemical storage facility, and it is located here in green, kind of towards the middle of the site, on the eastern edge of the site. Here's a rendering of the previous chemical storage area and the new chemical storage area. Both of these have adequate containment for all the chemicals that are stored there. And what we've essentially done is taken the chemicals that were stored at either the RO building or the membrane bioreactor, and we've brought those together so we have one centralized chemical storage area. The cost impact of this PCO is about $219,000. Really, the cost for the increase is being driven by the need to to increase the size of the chemical storage area. And then we also had to add chemical duct banks and chemical piping to the site. Really, the rationale is, again, improved operator safety and locating all the chemicals in a centralized area. And it's really a best management practice in terms of insurance. This is something that Mr. Miller has to deal with now with the existing wastewater treatment plant where he has chemicals located in a number of different areas. The next PCO is PCO 17, which is the safe equalization tank. We spoke about the safe system, and it's presented in the basis of design report. When we brought the proposals back for recommendation to council, the safe system is the auxiliary stormwater treatment system that was put forth by the design build team as a cost-saving mechanism moving forward, significant cost savings. In looking at that approach, in development of the 30% design, one thing we identified was the need for an additional equalization tank, there is no equalization on the site with this approach. This would be the addition of a small amount of equalization ahead of the filters in order to improve the performance of the filtration system. This slide here shows the site plan of, to the right there are a couple of the sludge holding tanks that were a portion of or a part of the original project that was put forward in the proposal. The green area shows the additional tankage for the safe system. And just a section cut of what that tank looks like. It's a concrete tank, a reinforced concrete tank with some process piping. Allows the safe system to not operate as much and minimize the amount of operation of that system, minimize the mechanical wear and tear on that system. The cost impact of this PCO is about $500,000. Again, it's wrapped up in the additional concrete and the addition of process piping. Again, some of the rationale that was used to develop the PCO really improved process performance with the reduced amount of time that the safe system is operating. It gives the city a lot of operational flexibility where it doesn't need to run the filters in the event of a very small wet weather event. Again, reduce maintenance on the safe system and more reliable permit compliance moving forward. PCO number 21 has to do with the maintenance facility that was proposed in the design build proposal. On the left-hand side, we have a layout of the maintenance facility that was put forth in the proposal. It's got a total area of about 3,600 square feet. The maintenance building on the right is the maintenance building that was developed as a result of a lot of work with Joe Miller and his staff and also looking at the existing maintenance activities that the city currently completes and the areas that they have to do that. This new revised building is about 5,400 square feet in total, or about 4,000 feet of actual maintenance space. One thing you'll notice, or that you notice from the report, is that the lab area has been moved into this building. So those kind of admin lab spaces there are about 1,400 of the 5,400 square feet. So in total, really the maintenance area is about 4,000 square feet. So I wanted to just compare that to the amount of square footage that the city currently has that it will be losing as a result of the new project. So the city currently has about 5,000 square feet in total to perform the maintenance activities that it's going to need to perform in the future. So the maintenance activities the city's performing really aren't changing. This 5,000 square feet is broken up between a number of different areas located at the existing wastewater treatment plant, as well as near the courtyard in areas that will be taken over by consolidated maintenance when consolidated maintenance is moved to make room for one of our pump stations that's associated with the conveyance facility project. So the city has currently about 2,300 square feet at the wastewater treatment plant that it's going to lose once the existing plant is demolished. About 700 square feet that's dedicated to water that's going to be lost as a result of consolidated maintenance moving over. Collections has about 1,600 square feet that's going to get lost at the wastewater treatment plant, and there's about another 400 square feet that facilities has on the wastewater treatment plant site. So as I mentioned previously, we're really looking at 4,000 square feet of what's being proposed or what's being asked for in this PCO, comparing that to 5,000 square feet that the city currently has. So it's actually a net reduction in the amount of square footage for water and wastewater maintenance activities that are going to have to take place. The cost impact of this is about $750,000. Really, it's a direct correlation of the increased building square footage. The building is growing in size by a significant amount. Some of the rationale that was used, again, improved operations, but really the one that hits home is it's in line with the existing maintenance space that the city currently uses. So the city's maintenance activities aren't changing, and so in order to do the work that they need to do, they currently do, and they will do in the future, they need a comparable amount of space. There was a facility master plan that was done in 2008 by RRM that looked at the total maintenance space and the maintenance needs for the utility going forward, and this 4,000 square feet is consistent with that document as well. The fourth PCO that we're going to go into in a little bit of detail is the influent piping and metering changes that we're anticipating for the project. This really includes removing about 18 inches, removing the 18-inch raw wastewater force main that's going to enter in the facility and run all the way up to the northern part of the facility. We're going to replace that with two smaller pipelines, a 12-inch and a 16-inch pipeline, as well as some additional metering and instrumentation needed to make that change. You can see the route of the pipeline in green and what's resulting in the cost increase. Just a little lag here. The cost impact is about $411,000, and it's really due to this additional piping. I will tell you that this is an interesting PCO, and it's really making the water reclamation facility consistent with decisions that have already been made on the conveyance facilities portion of the project. So you may remember back to June of last year when the Blue Ribbon Commission met and started looking at the revised budget for the project. One of the things that was identified around that time by the conveyance facilities team was the need to have multiple force mains in order to pump the raw sewage from the existing wastewater treatment plant up to the new facility site. And the reason for that is because of the drastic range in flows that the city needs to handle during periods of very low flow in the middle of the night and high wet weather flows. So that was discussed, and it was included in that portion of the budget, the $126 million budget. This was also brought to WRFCAC in December of 2018, where we talked about the dual force mains, and then again we brought it to council in January to talk about the dual force mains to get concurrence with both WRFCAC and council on that approach for the conveyance facilities project. We had already included the cost when we developed the budget in June 18, and we were just asking for concurrence at that time. The rationale is improved operability. So essentially this takes this dual force main concept and extends it up to the wastewater treatment plant site or the water reclamation facility site. Why this wasn't included in the original water reclamation facility project, that's a simple answer. It was just timing. It was never envisioned, the use of two force mains was never envisioned when the RFP was written and when the design build proposals were put together. So here's a summary, again, of the roughly 11 or 12 PCOs that constitute the cost increase, the $2.2 million. I did not talk about the roughly 6 PCOs that are the $345,000 net decrease. Those are pretty straightforward, and I can answer any questions you might have about those, but this is a summary of all the applicable cost increases at this time. Wanted to draw council's attention to, there are about 38 PCOs that we have been dealing with, or we have dealt with so far in this project. And I want to just give you some context about where those 38 PCOs are and to give you some assurance that this is the vast majority of the cost increases that we're going to be dealing with here for this component of the project. So we currently have one active PCO that isn't part of this group of 17. We have, that we're currently dealing with, that active PCO is PCO 3, which is modifications to the stormwater management on the site. And that's a PCO that we'll be bringing back to council for review here in the next couple of months. We have the 17 that we're bringing for you here tonight. And we have another 6 that were considered at one point in time that have since been canceled. We have 10 PCOs that are on hold that we don't know if we're going to have to do anything with those. Those are really dependent on this equipment procurement phase that we're moving into. And as a result of that equipment procurement, we may have to initiate some small PCOs for different reasons, and we can go into detail on those if and when they become relevant. And then we have 4 PCOs that were considered at one point in time that became no-cost PCOs. So those have already been accepted and incorporated into the project, but result in no cost change to design-build scope. So that's the 38. So in terms of ones that are that could be coming back to council, we have the 1 active, and we have potentially the 10 that are on hold. Those are all of the changes that we've identified, and the majority of the changes we anticipate identifying for the course of the project before we get into construction. Just wanted to mention really quick what Mr. Livick mentioned at the beginning of this item is the city manager approval of up to $125,000 for the PCOs. Right, as Mr. Livick mentioned, the plan is to bring all the PCOs back to city council for approval. But when we get into construction and we may have some small urgent needs where we may need to make some decisions quickly to keep the project on schedule, we're proposing that Mr. Collins would have a $125,000 approval for PCOs when needed. Again, this is something that we don't necessarily anticipate, but it will be something that will give us some flexibility once we start construction. Any PCOs that we're dealing with here now, between now and the start of construction in August of this year, would come back to council. There would not be a reason to really rush those small PCOs through. Again, the recommendation tonight is that you review and approve the basis of design report. You review and approve the potential change orders that have a resulting cost impact of about $1.9 million. You authorize the city manager to approve future change orders up to $125,000, and you authorize the city attorney and city manager to incorporate the changes that are associated with PCOs formally into the design builder agreement. With that, any questions?
Great. Thank you, Eric, for the detailed presentation. I also happened to be at the WRFCAC meeting and heard an even more detailed presentation on those presented to WRFCAC, so thank you for both of those. I'll go ahead and start with questions and then move it around. With regard to the guaranteed maximum price that we received from the design build group, there's been a number of questions by the community. If that was the guaranteed maximum price, why are we now considering an increase of approximately $2 million for additions if we had, quote unquote, a maximum guaranteed price? Could you explain again the contingency associated with projects, which I think really explains it, but it would be helpful for the community to know what that was?
Yes, so that was it was and is still a guaranteed maximum price for a very specific scope of work. So we have a very long and elaborate design build agreement that very clearly defines the scope of work associated with the $67 million price tag. So these changes that we're discussing here tonight and the $1.9 million, those are substantive changes to that scope of work. So changes, not just that we're getting the same thing for an additional $2 million, we're getting $2 million more stuff for these changes. And so wanted to highlight that. And then again to your comment regarding the contingency. So we did envision that we were going to have some changes associated with the project once we move forward from the proposal phase into the implementation and design phase. And so that was to the tune of about $6.2 million. So again, taking out the 1.9 would leave us with something around 4.4 million going forward to handle any future change orders or any other things that may come up on the project.
Also, with regard to the guaranteed maximum price by the design build team for the project, and then now the additions, the PCOs totaling $1.9 million, is it assumed that they're absolutely going to come in at that cost, or potentially is there an opportunity to come in even at a lower cost? And if so, how do you manage towards getting to that lower cost?
Oh, that's a good question. So with the guaranteed maximum price, that is the guaranteed maximum price that the city would pay for this facility, but it's not the price that it's necessarily going to pay for the facility. The city's only going to pay for the facility what it costs to build the facility. And so one of the functions of the program management team is to review absolutely every cost that is incurred by the contractor once we get into construction. And so we'll be looking at all of those items to make sure that we're in agreement with those. I did want to make a quick clarification on a comment that I made on Thursday night at WRFCAC. I had indicated that the city has a line item guaranteed maximum price for different items or different elements of the water reclamation facility, or I implied that, and that's not true. The city has a one lump sum number that the design builder is targeting, and that's the 67 million. We have what was provided in the design builder's proposal was a breakdown of the different components of that 67 million, but they're not contractually held to those different costs, just the overall cost.
And could you elaborate a little bit on who brought these change orders forward? Was it the buyer or the provider?
They were the buyer, and I would say the buyer, and the buyer being the city, as well as a program team. So the current program manager was not involved with development of the RFP. So there were some things that, and again, the design build team was asked to provide a proposal that addressed the RFP. And so if there were things that were not necessarily in the RFP or that weren't detailed sufficiently in the RFP, then that's why there may be a change at this time. And then other items that the city has identified as needs as we've moved forward and dug into the design a little bit more.
Thank you. And not to elaborate too much on each of the PCOs, but at WRFCAC, you outlined kind of the process that the team went through in your workshops, evaluating each of the potential change orders. Could you just elaborate a bit on what that process involved for us again?
So as I mentioned previously, there's a number of different concepts that we've explored over the last several months that we haven't even made it past the first phase or the raw order magnitude of the ROM phase. To the largest extent, those are kind of nice to haves that we've looked at and said, at a cost of $50,000, would it make sense to make this change? But when we get a ROM that comes back at $150,000, it's been a pretty easy decision that no, we're not going to move forward with that. We need to focus those funds towards something else that may be more necessary. But yeah, it really has been an iterative process in terms of the amount of detail that has gone into the development of the cost estimates, and then all of that detail has been vetted by the program team line by line on each of the individual PCOs.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that the contingency that we have for the facility was about $6 million, $6.2 million?
That's correct.
And this will consume $1.9 million of the contingency. Are we to assume that now that because we're at 30% design, that we're going to see 3 times as much in PCOs? Or is this the bulk of the PCO costs that we'll see up front? Could you kind of elaborate on that?
Yeah, this is absolutely the bulk of the PCOs that we're identifying up front. At this point in time, once we move past the 30% design, we'll really look at design detailing at the 60 and 90% stage. We've identified all the major components of the facility, all the major pieces of equipment, and so it's really front-loaded in terms of how many decisions need to be made at this early stage and how many changes could come up during this early phase. And 60 to 90%, a lot of it is design confirmation, and we will be, again, making the next round of activity is really figuring out, in a number of different cases, we have 4, 5, 6 different manufacturers for major pieces of equipment, and we're going to be identifying what manufacturer we're going to be getting and the specific design requirements for those individual manufacturers.
So we won't see a total of $6 million now because we're at 30%, we're at 1.9 million necessarily.
We do not
Definitely
anticipate seeing, it's $2 million at the 60% and then another $2 million at the 90%. This is the vast majority of what we're going to
Great.
see.
Okay. Will there be an impact to ratepayers with regard to this item if council approves the PCOs tonight and we increase the GMP? Will it have any impact right now on rates?
No, we still are we're well under the $126 million budget and within our contingency.
Okay. With regard to PCO 17, the safe tank, was this new technology that wasn't included in the RFP? Or was this included in the RFP and then added later as a different technology?
The technology that was included was not in the RFP. So the design build team really took a risk in terms of putting this forward in their proposal, the safe filtration concept for the auxiliary treatment, and it does result in a large amount of cost savings. So the alternative to using this type of system was the basis of the RFP, which was a very large equalization tank. Speaking off the top of my head, the concept that we are moving forward with represents roughly a $4 million savings to kind of the base alternative in the RFP. So if the design build team would have come back in their proposal with a 4 million gallon equalization tank versus what we're currently looking at, it would have been a net increase of about $4 million. So while we are adding in about $500,000 of additional cost, this still does represent a big cost savings of what the city could be moving forward with as a result of the proposal.
Yeah, so in essence, I mean, one could say that this is a huge cost savings with regard to using this technology and approving this PCO now. Okay, great. With regard to PCO 21, the maintenance building, it seemingly undersized on the RFP, and in comparison to what we had now, it seems kind of strange to me that the RFP considered something smaller. Were there efficiencies that were to be gained, or what's the rationale from going from what we have now to a much smaller space and now moving back to a space that is almost the same size as what we have currently?
The RFP did not specify the minimum size for the maintenance facility, and it left it up to the design build teams to propose a maintenance facility that they thought would be adequate for the city's needs. So an interesting thing to note is in looking at the maintenance facility that was provided, in my opinion, that maintenance facility would be adequate to serve a treatment plant of about a size of 1 MGD. And so that's really how the design build team looked at it, because that's kind of how it was put forward in the RFP. In reality, the city it needs more out of that maintenance facility because of the way that the city utilities operate. So not only does that maintenance facility need to service that 1 MGD, the new 1 MGD water reclamation facility, but it also needs to be able to service the water department as well as collections. And so that was noticeably the item, the disconnect there in terms of why the city kind of got something smaller than what it really needed.
Okay. And looking at the cost per square foot, I'm not a construction guy, but at WharfCAC there was a significant discussion around what seemed to be a very high cost per square foot for this building versus what one might have assumed. Can you explain maybe the differences as to design and or what other issues went into this that mandates a higher cost like that?
Sure. So the fully loaded cost for this building is about $400 per square foot, and that includes not only the construction cost, but it also includes all the cost adders, the tax, the design adder, the design build team's fees and overhead, their cost for their insurance. And there's also a 5% contingency in there as well. So that's about $400 per square foot. When you back out all of those multipliers or all of those cost adders, it's about $300 a square foot. So the original maintenance facility that the design build team proposed, again, was a 3,500 square foot facility at a cost of about $307 a square foot. without those adders. The revised building cost when you extract those adders is a 5,400 square foot building at about $300 per square foot. So the dollars per square foot translate between what was originally proposed in the proposal versus what's being proposed now for the PCO.
For comparison purposes, just a little addition. Sure. For facility planning, I would use currently an estimate of $300 a square foot for a conventional city building built using prevailing wage, planned, designed. For an essential services building like a fire station or a police station, it would be as high as $500 a square foot. So I think in my opinion, the cost is comparable to estimates that we've used for other city facilities.
Okay, great, thank you. With regard to PCO 22, the influent piping and metering proposal, was that never envisioned initially when the initial RFP was written or master plan?
No, it was not. It really wasn't until the Waterworks team, the designer that's in charge of the design of the conveyance facilities, once they really started to do a deep analysis of the flow variations the city has to deal with, and particularly pumping raw sewage that has solids in it and everything else, a couple of miles across town. So we really identified that it was going to be difficult to be able to do that with one single large pipe. Nearly infeasible to do that or not responsible to do that. And so that's when the decision was made to put in the two smaller pipes. And so that decision was made and was incorporated into the project budget back in June of last year. The design build RFP went out and was advertised in January of last year with proposals due right around that June time period. So it was something that the RFP and the proposals preceded the decision for the dual force mains.
Okay. And the proposed city manager approval request, is it increments of $125,000 up to any number, or is it just up to a total of $125,000 that you're asking approval for?
It is a total of $125,000.
So if anything exceeds $125,000, it would have to come back to council, and I assume it would come to council anyway in a report if the city manager approved a PCO?
That is correct. Anything that was approved, anything that would be approved by the city manager would be noted in the monthly report that would come back to council on the consent agenda.
Okay, and my last question is one that a couple of community members have raised to me, and it has to do with the WRFCAC meeting and the amount of time that the members had to review the information. Can you tell me, with regard to that noticed meeting, how much time prior to the meeting the information was available to the WRFCAC members for review, approximately? Or
yes, so the WRFCAC packages went out on Friday morning, and the meeting was on the following Thursday evening, so roughly a week to review. The contents of that package were the basis of design report itself, along with the basis of design report drawing set, as well as the couple hundred pages of PCO details that were associated with the 17 PCOs.
And I just I'm trying to remember my recollection. I have notes, but my recollection was that a majority of the members of WRFCAC asked very detailed information or questions regarding the presentation, which was very similar, in fact, more detailed than what you've provided here, and that there was one member that was concerned about not having enough time to review. Is that your recollection? I just want to try to clarify.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for asking that question, Mr. Mayor. That was something I was going to mention as we were moving through the presentation or getting towards the end of the presentation. So generally, my recollection from that meeting was that there were 2 2 members of WRFCAC that were verbally supportive of the PCOs, all 17 PCOs in total, with one that was generally supportive, maybe not as strong as the other 2. One was against the 17 PCOs, and then there was one member who has stated that he or she did not have enough time to review it and really make a strong recommendation based on the information that he or she had available.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. That's all the questions I have. I'll open it up to others.
Sure, I've got some.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Marlis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Eric. And I did not attend the WRFCAC meeting, but I did watch it on YouTube, so I am familiar with what happened, and I really appreciate that detailed review that occurred and all the wonderful questions, and I think that was very helpful for me. I also did read not the entire report, but what I could understand of the report. So I certainly read the summary and the details on the proposed change orders. So my first question is, you have experience with design build projects and where there's a guaranteed maximum price. So tell me what your normal experience is with change orders after the guaranteed maximum price is settled.
This is not something that we wouldn't anticipate, and hence why we carried the contingency that we did moving through. As I mentioned, the proposal and the basis of the design-build agreement, I'll just focus on the proposal here for a second. That's the design builder's interpretation of the request for proposals. So maybe not exactly what the city wants or needs, but they're responding to that RFP. That's the best information that they have. They're in a competitive environment and trying to interpret a document and put forth something, put their best foot forward, their most cost-effective foot forward in relation to another team or teams that are going after it. It's not uncommon for us to see strict interpretation of the RFP, and then once the design-build contract is executed, going back and identifying some things that we may want to change because of the interpretation of the RFP may have been correct, technically correct, but maybe not, it wasn't interpreted exactly in the way that the city wanted it to be.
Okay. And so in the guaranteed maximum price contract, there is no contingency that would take care of this. That contingency is on top of that. Is that correct? It's part of the $126 million in the total project, but it was not included in the contract with the proposer. That's correct. So the $67 million contract value for the design build team, the $6.2 million contingency is on top of that and outside of their contract. Their contract, the only kind of quote-unquote contingency or allowance that's in their contract is there's a $1 million allowance in their contract to handle any kind of mitigation that may be required from the environmental document, because again, they were putting together their proposals before the city had a final EIR that had been certified, as well as any mitigations that may come from the Coastal Commission through the coastal development permitting process. Right. But now in these proposed change orders, is there now some contingency in there attached with them? Yes, there is a 5% contingency that's been put on top of the change orders, the cost add change orders that have been estimated. Really the reason for that is because the design builder is signing up for an increase in the or additional scope for an increase in price. They haven't had a lot of time to put together those detailed estimates, and so this 5% makes sure that they're covered moving forward. And again, these contractor is only going to be paid what they spend to do the work. Right. So if it doesn't cost as much as they've estimated at this point, we will be charged for what it actually costs. That's correct. Could you provide a little bit more detail on the changes to the maintenance building? I know this is an issue that the public is very concerned about, and I just want to make sure that when we stopped the project and really downsized and eliminated some of the functions, that these are not the same ones that are being added back in. So if you could just clarify how it happened and what it's exactly for, and also why it's more expensive?
Sure, I can answer that, and then I might have Mr. Miller come up here and augment the description a little bit. So when the project was put on pause back in 2017, the decision was made to not put the courtyard or move the courtyard up to the water reclamation facility site. The courtyard is not moving up to the water reclamation facility site. It was always envisioned that the maintenance activities that are currently handled for water and collections and the wastewater treatment plant, again, using a combination of spaces that are both at the existing wastewater treatment now and several that are at the courtyard, that those would continue to be done at the water reclamation facility site. So no change has been made in terms of moving additional functions up to the water reclamation facility site.
Right, and on the presentation here, you show 4,000 square feet of maintenance and an additional 1,400 feet of presumably administrative. And I know the question was asked at WRFCAC, what is the purpose of that? Is that people, or what is that additional 1,400 square feet?
So that additional space is a lab space. That's the lab has been moved out of the operations building and into the maintenance building, and then there's also a small kind of clean room for maintaining instruments. So this wastewater treatment plant is going to be state-of-the-art, and it has a lot of instrumentation that needs to be working properly to have it function. And so not all of that stuff can be maintained kind of in the main shop, in the maintenance bays there, and so there is kind of a smaller kind of instrument tech room there, as well
but
as
it's not
lab.
desks and spaces?
No.
Okay. And I noticed that we have one active PCO. Can you give us some idea of the magnitude of that you're still considering? Is it a big one, a small one,
Yeah,
medium?
so that's one that we've been dealing with for a little while, and really we're waiting on some final details from the design build team so we can vet the design and vet the cost change. It's on the order of roughly $250,000, and that's really to change the way that the stormwater is managed on the site. And again, some of these changes are being made to minimize the amount of runoff coming out of the site, to minimize the amount of permitting that needs to be done with the regional board on the jurisdictional waterways that are near the facility. So.
Okay. And the ones that are on hold, which you're still considering, again, are these major, minor?
Most of these are minor, and I will say that the ones that are on hold, the vast majority of those are, there really is a desire to have commonality in equipment throughout the facility. So we want certain common pieces of equipment to be the same manufacturer. And so through this equipment procurement process that we're going through, these change orders, these potential change orders that we've held over and we've got as placeholders will really be used if one manufacturer says, I prefer to use this ancillary piece of equipment X, and the other manufacturer says, I like to use this ancillary piece of equipment Y. We can go to one of the manufacturers and say, well, we're willing to pay you a little bit more so that you give us ancillary piece of equipment Y, and it's consistent throughout the facility. That's the vast number of changes that we're looking at there. Okay. Again, based on the manufacturers that we select, and it may go into the selection of manufacturers, we may not have to invoke a number of those PCOs.
Okay. And the WRFCAC chairperson, Barbara Spagnola, raised an issue that I would like you to address, and that was that in the change orders where there was a cost increase, there were additional costs associated with administration, engineering. You just said a 5% contingency. But on the items where the costs were reduced, those same elements were not backed out of. It was just the actual cost of the cost reduction. I'd like you to address that and tell me exactly what was backed out, and have you verified all of them, and are you comfortable with the current change orders the way they're written and costed?
Yes, so first to answer your question, yes, we are comfortable with the way that both the additive and the deductive change orders have been put together. So to Ms. Fagnola's point, what she was trying to make was there's a total of about 29% in cost adders that go on to the direct labor, equipment, and sub-costs that are associated with each of the PCOs. So on top of that, the design builder, and this goes back to the design build contract and the way that design builder will be paid, there's a 4% fee on top of those hard costs. There's a 6% overhead cost that goes on top of those, and then there's a couple of percent for, about 2.5% for insurance that the contractor needs to hold, and then on top of that, there's a 12% for engineering that's added, and then the 5% contingency. That's the total of 29%. So if you look at each of the individual PCOs that are a cost increase, you'll see that those PCOs have about a 29% increase. Some of them don't carry the full 12% for engineering because it's not necessarily a full-scale change in the facility, it's a modification, so the total engineering cost hasn't been actuated there. And so those are handled on kind of a case-by-case basis, and those were negotiated with the design builders as we went through and developed the PCOs. Now, the cost decrease PCOs, for the most part, are things that we're taking out of the project, and so those do not have the 12% engineering adder to them because they've really already been engineered. So they've already paid, the design builders already expended the effort and the money to design in those things, and now they're designing them out, and so the city's not getting the credit back for the design work that they've already done. So there's the 12%, and that's why you don't see the 12% on the cost decreases, and then the 5% contingency is also not on the cost decreases. So that's the reason for the change, and that's what Ms. Fagnola was mentioning there.
And so you're comfortable with the way they're calculated? You believe it's fair to the city?
We believe it's fair to the city in the way that they're being calculated, yes.
Okay. And do any of the proposed changes impact schedule in a way that would also then impact cost?
No, one of the things that was discussed at WRF-CAC as well was some language regarding schedule impacts and the cost of potential schedule impacts. And in discussing the schedule impact piece, it's really less about an increase in the GMP and more to modifications to the contract terms that could be necessary if we were to invoke a large PCO. So if a PCO had a $2 million cost associated with it, and it didn't carry with it some change in schedule, but it was going to increase the design builder's schedule, the design builder would be concerned in that they would be facing LDs or something like that if they weren't able to meet that existing schedule. So that's really what that language is there to address, is if there's something that's of substance that would increase the schedule, they'd be looking at modification of the contract terms to accommodate that additional work. Okay. These PCOs that we're discussing here don't anticipate a significant impact to the schedule.
To the schedule. All right, and I know Ms. Winholtz sent us an email and suggested that we're paying for 2 equalization tanks. Do you want to address that issue at all?
I looked into that, and the only thing that I can, my conjecture would be that referring back to the equalization tank that could have been part of the original project that wasn't included as part of the Felance Black and Veatch's proposal. I don't know what the dual equalization or paying for the equalization tanks twice, what exactly that meant.
So really what we're talking about here is an overall cost savings based on what Black and Veatch proposed initially.
That's correct.
But modifying it.
But modifying it a bit.
Correct.
So we moved the needle about $4 million down, and now we're looking at moving it a little bit back, about $500,000 higher. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Davis.
I don't have any questions, thanks.
Councilmember Addis.
I just have one, but I want to thank you first for all the work that was put into this. I appreciate it. And I did have someone say to me that we were going to be increasing greenhouse gases by building the facility, and I was wondering if you could respond outside of LEED, what kind of things are being done to reduce our carbon footprint?
So that's a good question. So we have a number of different things that we've incorporated into the design of the facility. One is the LED lights, both for inside the facility and as well as the outdoor lighting for the facility. We are going to be designing with high-efficiency motors for the pumps and the pieces of equipment. We're using variable frequency drives, which are more energy efficient where practical throughout the facility. Let's see what else we've got. About 2 acres. So while we're not necessarily building that right now, the coastal development permit as well as the environmental document identified about 2 acres of solar that would be available to offset the electricity demand for the facility. That project has been pushed out and may be implemented as part of a power purchase agreement after the facility is constructed. All the enclosed spaces meet Title 24 where required, but those are the things that the city is doing to help minimize the carbon footprint of the facility.
Thank you. With that, I will open it up for public comment on item C-1. Any members of the public wishing to come forward? I got a couple of speakers slips I will start with, and then anybody else that wants to come forward, feel comfortable. First of all, Barry Brandon. Barry, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Heading, and Council. Thank you for hearing us, and thank you for the report. I have to commend you all. If you read the over 250 pages of documentation that was submitted, I plowed through it. I know the people on Wharfcat plowed through it, and I guess the question is, when you have something that large, that complicated, and it basically hit to your advisory committee on Thursday, and here you are on Tuesday, and you're going to approve it, it's kind of startling, and I wondered if perhaps this may need a little more review on your part to see if you really want to spend this kind of money at this level in this hurry. I know it's a time schedule, but when it's this much money, it's pretty scary. But what I really want to talk about is the County Board of Supervisors had a meeting on April 23rd, which I attended, and I know all you attended. And at that meeting, there were news to me that the WIFIA loan was approved. And I didn't know that was true. And then another person that's in this room stated it, well, it's approved, but it's on abeyance. And I wonder if you could, if you have time to tell us when you receive that approval. I know there's a lot of things going on. I've worked on a few loans, and I know that you talk about them a long time, but you really don't have an approval until you've got it in writing, and I haven't seen that kind of a documentation. I've been watching for it. And if you misspoke, then I think it's kind of a pox on our city that you allowed something like that to be presented to the County Board of Supervisors, and you told the entire member of the Board of Supervisors, probably 300 people in the room, that we had a WIFIA loan approved. And frankly, if it was a mistake, which I hope it was, I hope that maybe you didn't let your staff embarrass you. I know my rule, and when I work for somebody, you never want to embarrass the boss. And this looked like one of those moments. But if you get a chance, I wonder if you could perhaps enlighten myself and the people home listening on what is the status on the WIFIA loan, because that's a very, very important thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Lewis. Welcome, Lori.
Council and staff, thank you for hearing my questions.
In regard to the WRF project update report and review and design, I just have a few questions for you. My background is that I worked at a really incredible city, not in the state of California, with incredible engineers, builders, and designers, and I have design-build people in my family. So my first question is the design-build process, in the design-build process, isn't the scope of work clearly defined in the initial design? And number two, my question is, in addition, once the scope of work has been defined, isn't the price clearly established and fixed within the contract? The third question, if the scope of work is clearly defined and the cost is established and set in the contract, how do we justify change orders? Question number four, if changes to the design and price are occurring now, doesn't that imply that this design is either incomplete at approximately 30% or not thoroughly thought through? Question number five, I was at the WRFCAC meeting, which I was only advised of the day before, and at that meeting, it appeared to me that the staff wasn't given enough time to review the document, which was approximately 43 pages plus attachments. And this was apparent in the meeting through one of the committee members, and he was the county planner. He indicated he could not make any concession with looking at this document when he only had 3 working days. 3 city working days. This was over the weekend on a Friday. You can't really count the weekend, so basically Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Then there was another member that had many questions. Also, Mr. Donnelly had several, unanswered questions, and there were other members that had a few concerns as well. So what I'm asking is that there really wasn't enough time. It was kind of a rush, and with a county planner, his job is to consistently look over something, look over it in its entirety, and he basically said he couldn't do it. To me, that's a little alarming. And so we're asking that this group really wanted to do a great work and wanted to make some suggestions to this city council, and they are our experts. They are definitely our experts, especially for the public. So I feel that it's super important for you to think about postponing this tonight, because you could see that the city planner did not have enough time, the county planner.
Thank you. Public comment is open for item C-1. Any members of the public wishing to come forward, please do so now. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Dan Sedley. I'm a Morro Bay resident. I, too, have questions as to whether WRFCAC had sufficient time to review these documents and these change orders. With even listening to Mr. forgive me if I say your name wrong, Mr. Cesares, is that out close, I hope? His analysis of 2 being in favor of the change orders, 1 feeling kind of iffy, and 1 still having lots of questions. It sounds like at least the 4 people that he talked about were kind of split in their understanding and their comfortability with the change orders as they were. WRFCAC is our experts of our Citizens Advisory Committee. I feel ill at ease with them being split as to the nature of these change orders. And I too feel like that the WRFCAC should have more time to review this, so that they have the time to look at each of these change orders and to advise as to the necessity of them, that these are things that we actually need, not just things that we want, because we're looking at the cost effectiveness of spending each and every ratepayer dollar. So that's my first request, is that this be delayed pending a more further look-see by WRF-CAC. My second point is, why is construction being considered before design is complete? If your design isn't complete, how can you effectively construct? And furthermore, how can you know what your price tag is before your design is complete? Not only in your construction are you going to find things that didn't go as you wanted them to, but when your design isn't even complete, you're still manipulating things along. And you can say, okay, I have $4.4 million in contingency left. But is it really left by the time you really get there? Maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. Maybe design should be complete and a fixed maximum price without any exclusions should be affixed. So that you can say 67 million, 69 million is truly going to be it when you say maximum. I'm wondering why we're pushing this so hard when at the current time we have no written permit, we have no written loan approvals that I've been made aware of. We have no written funding sources that I have seen. I think we need to slow down a little bit so some of these things are in place, but I'm especially concerned about the WRF-CAC and their oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Public comment is still open on item C-1. Any members of the public wanting to come forward, do so now. Surveying the building, seeing no, we do have. Welcome, Bob. Almost closed it before you got there.
Mayor, council members, staff, Morro Bay citizens. I've been working on this project for a long time, been with it. And I still want this thing to go forward, but I am concerned about the change orders. Mr. Project Manager, Eric Caceres, I said it right. You're our project manager, and we want you to do your fiduciary duty with due diligence to our citizens of Morro Bay in the best interest of our community, for our ratepayers. We want the best project for the least cost and the best funding. So I'm going to put you on the hot seat to do your best to get this project moving forward, because I don't want delays either, but to get us the best project with the least amount of changes, and if they are needed, make sure they're beneficial to us, not costly to us. And I ask everybody to be with me in this, because I have a lot of citizens that ask me the same questions. Is this worth it? I say, yes, it is worth it, but let's do our best. Keep the cost down, the funding coming, the grants coming. Look everywhere you can. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. Public comment is still open on item C-1. Anybody else? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. I will open it up for discussion. Who would like to start us off? Seeing no. Or I'll entertain a motion if you're so inclined.
Well, you know, I really appreciate all of the information that we've been given, and as I say, I watched WRF-CAC. I saw the concerns that were raised. I feel they've been addressed. I feel that our project manager has looked at all of these change orders, and even as late as tonight, I was asking him to verify some things, because I don't want to vote for anything if I'm not really fully comfortable with them. But I honestly think that they have been vetted, and I think the process that was used was a good one, the collaborative approach, and I recognize that a guaranteed maximum price on a project of this scope, given the way the process works, there's going to be some changes. That's why we have the contingency. So I'm comfortable moving forward with the recommendations. I would add that with respect to the city manager approving, as long as it's up to a total of $125,000 and only when speed is of the essence, so that otherwise I think the city council really needs to see the changes. But that's where I'm at with this.
Great, thank you, Marlis. Red?
Yes, I really appreciate the depth of the questions that the mayor asked and that Marlis asked, and I feel confident. We hired Eric and his firm as our owner's agent to represent the city and look out for the city's best interests. And I think I'm confident that working with Mr. Livick and with our city manager that Eric is doing that job, and I understand the process. There's a phenomenon called the cone of uncertainty. When you begin a project, the cost is as high as the sky because you don't know what's involved. And as you come down and narrow in on the scope and figure out what actually needs to be done, then that cone becomes narrower and you get better cost estimates, and I think that's what we're doing. So I'm ready to go ahead with the recommendations.
Thank you. Councilmember Addis?
I would be happy to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I move that council approve the draft basis of design report and approve the potential change orders for the water reclamation facility that increases the guaranteed maximum price for the construction of the wharf from $67,243,512 to $69,102,419, and that we authorize the city manager to approve future changes to the GMP up to approximately 2% of the GMP as a maximum of $125,000. That will be reported to council in the regular updates, and that we authorize the city attorney to prepare and the city manager to sign an amendment to the design-build agreement of the wharf or the DB agreement to memorialize items 2 and 3 above.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Councilmember Addis has moved the staff recommendation, and Councilmember McPherson has seconded it. Any further discussion? I will respond to a couple of public comments, and I always appreciate being challenged with regard to any comments I make, certainly at the county level or even at any city council meeting. And I've not reviewed the tape with regard to what I said. Certainly my intent, if I use the words, the city has received a WIFIA loan, the intent was a commitment, and whether those words were used or not, they were not used to mislead the county in any way. That's not my style nor the way I operate. The status of both those and the SRF loans, maybe I'll ask Mr. Casares to comment on the process, if you would, very briefly, because I think it's important. I'll tell you why it's important. If you look at the potential with regard to cash flow of this project, and you look at the potential for the magnitude of debt service reduction with the at least initial funding notification from SRF, there is a great opportunity with managing this appropriately in terms of how we draw funds from those commitments to significantly decrease the overall cost of debt service, which will have a much greater impact on this project than will the increase in magnitude of the PCOs that we have here tonight. And so, Mr. Casares, I know you and I have had that discussion recently, maybe earlier this week. Could you elaborate on both WIFIA and SRF with regard to the status and process going forward? That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Mayor. So I'll start with WIFIA, and going back to when the city was selected as one of the 12 projects to actually apply for WIFIA, that was kind of the first step in a kind of a funding commitment or an opportunity to fund. The city has obviously gone through and developed their application. That application was completed last year and has been under review by WIFIA currently. There's kind of two fronts that are going on right now within the city. One is we're working on the specifics for the actual loan agreement. There's some things that need to be done from kind of a managerial side that needs to be taken care of before we can have a signed loan agreement, as well as moving through their environmental and technical review. The environmental review includes the coordination with the State Historical Preservation Office. That's really the critical path item for us being able to get a signed loan agreement, and I believe that we are going to have a signed loan agreement very soon, within the next couple of months, from late summer, with WIFIA, as we just get over some of these or check some of these boxes that we need to move through. The city did find out about 2 weeks ago as well that they've been placed on the in the intended use plan. The draft intended use plan shows the city's project being funded approximately $105 million by the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. That mix of funding is about $100 million in loans and $5 million in grants. So I stress that is the draft IUP, or the intended use plan. That draft intended use plan will go in front of the state board on June 18th. So after June 18th, we will have a much better idea of if the city is going to receive SRF funding and how much SRF funding may it receive. So after the June 18th, we'll be able to come back and let you know how that meeting went, and then we'll start the coordination process with SRF. In reality, we've already started the coordination process with SRF because we have the WIFIA loan. There's a number of requirements that we need to meet for SRF. That includes the coordination with the SHPO, and so the folks from the state board as well as the WIFIA have been coordinating together. And again, SHPO is the State Historic Preservation Officer. So that's where we are in that process.
Thank you. Appreciate that update. And with that, we do have a motion and a second.
Could I ask a friendly amendment to the motion? I would just like to add, after the authorization to the city manager with a maximum of $125,000, when speed is of the essence, to make it clear that it's not a routine.
Councilmember Addis, accept that amendment? Okay, and you second that?
Second.
Okay, so we have staff recommendation with the amendment by Councilmember McPherson, accepted by the first, Councilmember Addis, and then seconded by the second, Councilmember McPherson. Any further discussion? Not roll call vote?
May I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
In the motion, I thought that I heard, with regard to authorizing the city manager to approve future changes, I thought I heard approximately 2%, not 0.2%?
0.2.
0.2.
0.2.
Thank you.
0.2.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Addis.
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
And Mayor Heading.
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
Thank you. That ends this item. We will take a public health break. Be back in about 4 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we are back, folks. Moving on to item number C-2, City Council Goals and Work Plan for 2019. I will turn it over to our esteemed city manager, Mr. Collins.
Esteemed.
Good
evening again, City Council and Mayor. Thank you so much for providing the opportunity to bring this forward. We're talking about the City Council goals and action items to support those goals this evening. I'll go through the agenda real quick here, and you do have PowerPoint slides at your disposal, as well as a spreadsheet that includes all the action items that were discussed at the last community forum on April 18th. So tonight we're going to go quickly through the overview of the goals process, talk about the community input received, review the deliberation on the 18th and direction provided therein, talk about the goals that were discussed and the action items, and then seek approval of those or modifications if needed. Here's a quick look at the strategic framework from a calendar perspective. We are sort of in mid-process of a 4-year goal cycle that correspond with the elections, so that every 2 years there's at least a review of the objectives. Those are kind of the 10,000-foot level, and every 4 years, typically following a presidential election, that you look at the broad overview of the goals and see if those still correspond with the community needs and desires. Moving into the next slide here about the goals process, we received significant amount of public input, reviewed the existing goals for 2018 and the remaining action items. City Council prioritized financial and economic sustainability as a top priority goal. All the other goals are kind of equally important at the next level down. City Council identified and selected new action items to pursue to help obtain those goals, and then ultimately directed staff to bring back this item for formal approval. And the next step sort of that's connected to that is the fiscal year 2019-20 budget development. Quick step back, community input, we ratcheted it up significantly. Council will recall in 2018 when we did the goals process, we had about 8 folks turn out for the meeting and maybe 4 or 5 public comments submitted prior to the meeting. This year we made a concerted effort to extend or expand that outreach. So we used an online poll service, Polko, and then worked with our advisory boards and solicited input through email, and all told probably had 100 to 150 folks participating in through those venues, and then 20 to 25 folks turning out for both of the forums in March and April. So a significant increase in input collected. And then again, so what does this mean? What we have before us tonight are the 2019-20 council goals as proposed from the April 18th Community Forum. Chief among them is achieve economic and fiscal sustainability. Doesn't need any more discussion, as we've sort of touched upon those on our budget discussion earlier this evening, but ultimately this is key to our survival and viability as a community and city services to provide to that community. The next set is improve public infrastructure. Then the third goal is to update major city land use plans and address affordable housing issues. And last but definitely not least, it's sort of all equal seconds, is to improve communication and engagement to the community. And through that process on April 18th and as well as the community forum that preceded that and the public input, City Council selected 24 action items to proceed forward with in 2019-2020. You do have the spreadsheet in front of you, which was also connected to the agenda report, so it's been available to the public and council since Thursday of last week. And I can go through these individually if council so desires or not, but at a high level they're corresponding with being the #1 goal for council under achieving financial sustainability and economic sustainability. There are 12 action items, and then we have 5 for improving public infrastructure. It looks like we have 2 or 3 for improving communication and community engagement, and then about 4 or 5 for completing major updates to the city land use plans and addressing affordable housing issues. So this spreadsheet does address kind of who's in charge or who's appoint departments and the other supporting departments that are involved, the current status of these action items, some of which have already been underway from last year, and then anticipated either completion date or date that they would come back to City Council. Most of these would require some City Council review and approval moving forward, and some will take multiple years, some may take less than a few months. So sort of a kaleidoscope of action items that we believe will help us move forward on these goals and make meaningful improvements. So with that, the recommended next steps are to approve the goals, the 4 goals, and then these 24 action items. Direct city staff to come back to council on a quarterly basis as we did last year. The first quarterly report on the status of these goals would be August 2019. And then also in the staff report, we did make mention of maybe the need to at least informally agree to a framework about if invariably new things come up, new issues, new ideas, new concerns in the community that may rise to a level of maybe an action item that's outside of what's already been approved here would be approved here. And if that was something that would need to be entertained due to urgency, emergency, or whatever the case may be, we would look for a corresponding action item that has the same impact to the same work group that would be impacted by this new idea. You sort of exchange one for the other so that we're not overly impacting that specific work group. Just as in a lot of ways, this is about managing expectations, these 24 action items, and we believe we can achieve these over the course of 2 years. And so anything added on top of that will make it a difficult thing to achieve. So just thinking about that, if we want to just agree that that's an informal framework to work with, or that could be something that formally is included in the resolution for the strategic framework, which we could bring back at a later time. So with that, I'll answer any questions that council has.
Great, thank you for that, and thank you for synthesizing a significant amount of input and work, not only the sessions that we had publicly, but also all of the poll code data, and then coalescing into a nice report that really outlines the goals that I think at least have captured everything that we have discussed, but I'll leave that for further discussion. With that, I will open it up for council questions of Mr. Collins. I'm just looking around.
So if you want me to start, I'll
Sure,
start, but
I'm
I
just
feel I don't want to always have to be the one to start, but I'll have to
looking
do
both
it.
ways here.
Okay. First one, I wanted to ask about redeveloping the Market Street Plaza, which I believe was actually also a 2018. That's been on our goals list for a while. Can you give us any idea about when that would actually be built? I mean, when we might be able to see some money from it?
Oh, all right. Well, that's great. We are currently going through the process of vetting 3 different concepts, and there's some process to go through to ultimately come to a fruition around maybe one of the proposers. That would go through a pretty significant outreach process, we somewhere between 3 to 6 months, and then there's the entitlement process that, coupled with environmental, that could take anywhere between 12 to 18 months. Yes?
Once we choose one, we're a couple of years out.
A couple of years. So yeah, maybe the easiest way is it's probably a 2-year process post-selection.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's one. That is 2 years to get to approval, and then there's financing, and then there's construction, which would be seemingly another year or 2, correct?
Year and a half, maybe?
Yeah.
So we're looking at 3 to 4 years out on that.
It's a great question to set expectations. But
yeah, well, I think it's important, since it's one of our key goals and objectives here, to understand when that's actually going to play out. I mentioned the ombudsman before, and I would just hope that we could, and I guess I'll just ask if it would be possible for us to see a pretty good sense of what that person will do and what the plan is for the economic development money, so that we have a sense of how we're going to, exactly what we're going to achieve with that, I guess is.
Very good. That is absolutely.
What the focus is going to be.
That's right. We if council moves this forward, and I think we did earlier today, in the budget, we would bring back something to council prior to the new fiscal year that would tease all that out. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. And regarding making improvements to the permit process, do you have any idea how that would be accomplished?
Yeah.
What's involved with that, just out of curiosity?
I mean, I think to do it collaboratively would involve bringing folks in who engage with our staff, both planning and public works and myself, and just kind of in informal setting, kind of vet and look at how things are working and kind of have an open forum for discussion and just be open to ideas. I think that'll probably help maybe be facilitated by the ombudsman. I could see that role being pretty critical, because if staff is sort of facilitating this discussion, it could be perceived that we're trying to, I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's always nice to have a facilitator who's a bit neutral. And I've done this in other cities, and for Denver, for instance, there was a big push for this, and ad hoc committee was probably the best way to kind of what we're doing with the lease management policy, to have lengthy discussions and be open to new ideas, and it goes in both directions. A lot of times it's just because maybe there needs to be education on the development side, but there's also opportunity for us to improve. So I could see kind of that ad hoc committee approach working.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I noticed that there was no mention in the goals or any of the individual action items on implementation of the One Water Plan, and even implementation of the capital improvement projects that we're planning. And it struck me that I'm just curious why you did not include that, and if you'd be open to including that, because that clearly is going to take staff time.
Right. Really good point. I mean, I think one way to look at these action items and the goals are really kind of the above and beyond the normal course of business. 80 to 90% of the stuff we do is sort of either mandated or is the norm, like patrol and code enforcement and issuing permits and the road work and park maintenance. All those things are sort of baked in, and that's what we do. And in a lot of ways, the One Water Plan has become that. I mean, it was sort of an initiative when we were going through the development of the One Water Plan. It was absolutely necessary, and it was a totally new thing. It was a whole new approach to how we look at our water systems, all three of the major water systems. Now that we've had an adopted plan by council, it's now sort of become a normal course of business. So we sort of see it as an assumed duty and responsibility that we will obtain, just like the other services I mentioned earlier. There's no reason why we couldn't place it back, but it's now sort of an ongoing thing that we will do.
Well, it's the issue of implementation.
Sure.
And what I guess the reason I'm asking is because if we don't seem to have it down there, then it can just kind of, and I'm thinking of like the marijuana dispensaries, which unless you say we're actually going to implement this that we've planned, it can fall by the wayside. And I want to make sure that the priorities are clearly in the action items. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So that's that one. And then with respect to, let's see which this is. I think it's the parking management plan. I thought we had one, so could you just tell me if we do, or what the status of the current parking management plan is, and does it need updating, or where are we at?
I think in discussing with some staff, I think there's been a couple swings at this, but we didn't get like a full direction, I guess, on a comprehensive approach to parking management. I think sort of in piecemeal. There was a major study done in 2007, but it didn't really draw any major conclusions other than we didn't have a parking problem. Well, that was 12 years ago. That was prior to T-bid, prior to extreme ramping up of our tourism season. So I think that no longer is relevant. So I think there's been sort of a piecemeal approach, but what we're really contemplating is let's bring back, sort of like the revenue enhancement options we're going to bring back as a study session. Here are the major things that our council needs to consider. What is their comfort level of pursuing X, Y, and Z? And then we would take it from there and bring it back in phases. I'll leave it to Scott to maybe fill in some of the blanks, but that's sort of my understanding, if I captured that correctly.
I think that was a perfect description. I mean, so the parking management plan has a lot of things in it. It talks about restriping, talks about, do we want to do paid parking? Do we want to do enforced parking and not paid parking? Those types of things. And those are decisions that the council needs to make and provide direction to us as to where we want to go with that. I don't know that the solution is the city's going to go build a parking structure because we don't have the funds for that. But there are ways to create parking. There are ways to improve parking. There are ways to move folks around if we want to do that. And those are the conversations we need to have as to where you want us to go. And then we can go engage the public. Once you decide where you want us to go, we'll go talk to the folks that are out there, our business community, and see what they'd like to see. So, and maybe that incorporates part of the ombudsman, type thing. That might be a good, avenue for the use of that position. So I think that's kind of where we'd be looking to go.
Yeah, and the reason I bring it up is the wording is begin work on a parking management plan, and because we've already spent money on parking management plans, I would hope we'd start with those before we throw those away and start over, but rather go back to those and use them as the foundation for where you're going to move forward from. So
that'll be the start for the conversation. What we've done to this point.
What you've done so far. Yeah. So it really isn't beginning, it's continuing or
yeah, I'll change the verbiage.
completing. And really the same goes for, I think this is in the infrastructure. I thought we had already started working with Digital West on the high-speed internet. So I'm just curious to know where that went.
Yeah, the Digital West and the city signed a contract 2016, I want to say, before I was here. And shortly after that occurred, they went into a merger with a phone company and basically dropped all communication with the city because that absorbed all their resources. Last year, they re-engaged after a couple outreaches by myself and have developed at least a concept of what a new service model may look like, which is significantly different than the contract the city engaged with them on, but nothing came to fruition. So that contract's pretty much done and over. So we're sort of at a clean place, a clean break from the past, and we would bring forward rather soon, I would say, the concept that they have in mind. That's the next step.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then I wanted to ask about the RFQ for Marine Services Facility Feasibility Study, since we discussed this before, and we've had an RFP out for a boatyard, and then we had an RFQ for a feasibility study, and we had no interest, and so I'm wondering why it is still on here as an objective for next year.
It was up on the boards, at the community forum, and I mean, we sort of talked about what it would be and what it is, and I mean, council's proceeded forward with that, so that's why it shows up here. There is a subcommittee on HAB that is pursuing grant opportunities that could help pay for some of the feasibility, and there may be creative ways of sort of getting at that without an overarching RFP. I think maybe there isn't a lot of folks who do this work, and that might be why we weren't receiving responses. So, I mean, it's really, this is just a reflection of what occurred on April 18th.
Okay.
If this is no longer a priority, we can remove it.
Well, I have a suggestion for changing the wording on this, and I might also add, as a liaison to HAB, they were wondering whether or not we were interested in having them still pursue eelgrass mitigation, which is not on here, but I'm assuming that that's something that they may have sent to you, and so that's just a question. my thinking is that, and I guess the question is whether or not it would be worth discussing in discussion, modifying that to suggest that we want to look for more funding opportunity or strategy for paying for some of the infrastructure needs that we have on the harbor, as opposed to boatyard, which is my understanding is that it would be a public-private partnership and we would need to put money into it. So that's kind of where, anyway, it's still a question.
Okay.
Okay, as to whether we could consider that at this point. And I guess I was curious as to why we didn't include tourism in the development of the partnership policy, which seems pretty important to me. Is there a reason that you didn't include them as one of the...
Oh, yeah. No, good point. Tourism, the partnership policy, I think we're thinking more on the fee side and kind of leasing of or rentals of facilities, because that's how it operates now. If we wanted to apply partnership policy to grants, we certainly could do that. If that's where you're kind of thinking.
Well, I'm thinking there's a relationship, and there clearly is, and the way it currently operates, there's a relationship between the fees we charge and the grants that are given. So it seems important that if we have events that clearly bring in a lot of money to the city, we don't want to be charging them a lot of money. So in discussing the fees and the partnership policy, I would hope that the tourism angle is a part of the discussion.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. And then I'm wondering, I didn't see community choice energy implementation, and I don't know how much work that would be for staff, but it's not on there now, and I'm just, as I say, I don't know how much work is involved.
Is that done?
The Monterey Bay Community Power is who we are part of now, and the City of SLO is the representative from the county at this point in time. Every city and the county are contemplating joining next year, which is really good news, because that just expands the number of ratepayers and provides more opportunity for revenue to come in, which may include more opportunities to have greater rebates to the ratepayers, and also more opportunities to provide programming, things like solar rebates and other things that help improve energy efficiency in the homes and businesses around here. The Monterey Bay Community Power staff are primarily responsible for doing the outreach locally. They had great success in Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito County. I was a part of the board back then, the operations board, and they had a 90% uptake, which is really good. I mean, that's what brings the revenues in, and that's what ensures success. So we will be leaning heavily on them. Obviously, the City of SLO has more staff than we do, so they're probably on top of what Monterey Bay Community Power is going to do. They're going to do more. We will do what we can. We certainly want to make sure this message gets out wide to our community members. They'll have no shortage of 4 opportunities to opt out of MBCP before it kicks in January 1st, 2020. The reason why community choice energy implementation wasn't an action item is primarily because the action item that was approved last year and what was satisfied was that we join. Yeah.
Right.
So there's no reason why we can't put that back in here as a new thing.
Anything that's going to take staff time should be on here, especially if it's over and above your normal duties. And I think starting up the program is going to take some time from some staff members locally here in addition. So I just want to, I want to make sure that implementation of programs we pass that are going to occupy city staff time are actually on the list. So we can, and the same with wayfinding signs. Is that something that's going to be implemented next year?
Yeah, so Scott's got a contractor who's completed design, which will be going to the Planning Commission and City Council At what time do you think?
We don't have the
Yeah,
design's not
almost
complete. They're working on a second option for the sign design and then coming up with the map, the location for the signage right now is where we're at. So, the idea would be we'd be implementing it here within the next, hopefully, few months.
Few months, so even in 2018, so we don't need to include it as a...
It would probably occur just on the outset of the new fiscal year. But it will be, correct. It will come to Planning Commission and Council.
Okay.
Yes.
And so then my last question, given what we have on the list of goals and objectives, your assessment of are they realistic and can they be accomplished?
Yeah, it's going to be a stretch, and there's no question about that. We try to parse out as much as we can across the board, and sometimes it doesn't work, given that we are putting a lot of emphasis on sustainability, both financial and economic. That does tend to fall on just a couple of departments, but it is all hands on deck approach for sure. Lengthy conversations with our planning director, because a lot of this is in his shop, and that's partially why the ombudsman it was raised as an action item from staff, is that we really do need to support these efforts, and to expect one person between me and him, really but a lot of him to do these things is quite unfair when you're also pushing the general plan, local coastal program through, and permitting projects and looking at hotel projects, et cetera. So that's probably one of the main considerations, and because council supports that, in theory, at least at the April 18th, there's confidence that we can achieve these.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Good questions. Councilmember Davis. Sir.
Yes, thank you for this synthesis. We have high hopes and expectations from ombudsman activities. We're putting a lot of faith in that. And we've been talking about contracting with the chamber. Do we have indications from the chamber board of directors that they go along with this?
Well, I believe Erica may be here from the chamber, but I believe they're going through those discussions and brainstorming, just like I am on our side. We certainly wouldn't proceed forward if it wasn't going to work for them, and we'd have to look at other options. So I think those are currently going on right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And under the public infrastructure, we've talked about harbor needs, and they are substantial, but they're not listed here under public infrastructure. Are we looking at that under a different goal?
Well, yes, I mean, but primarily the goal, I mean, you could put everything under infrastructure as far as how do we fund this stuff, or you put it in fiscal sustainability. I mean, it can land either way. And when we look at the fiscal sustainability goals and action items, one of the key ones, though these aren't really ranked in any primary order, is around the revenue enhancement options. And I think when we consider the revenue enhancement options, it can't just be general fund only, because yes, our water and sewer funds have by and large part been taken care of thanks to our ratepayers and through the 218 process. We do have a substantial, compared to general fund and harbor, advantage in terms of being able to plan CIPs and actually fund them. Whereas our general plan in harbor, we can plan all we want, but we don't have funding for CIPs that need to happen. So I think when we consider the revenue options going into the next year, harbor has to be at the table, and we have to consider what those priorities are and figure out how to pay for those needs just as much as we do on the general fund side.
So we would look at harbor needs as well as perhaps a police station, veterans building.
That, or, I mean, any number of things. I think we have, that has to sort of be a congruent process. So when we look at revenue enhancement options, we're talking about long-term sustainability of for our entire city, harbor and general fund included. So it's sort of like, what revenue streams are going to do what for us, and then what are our needs? So you start pursuing those on a congruent path, and eventually that leads to, if there's a potential tax measure, that we'd have some idea of what that would generate and what that could pay for. And yeah, so hopefully that helps. But that's, in no way is that saying, that we're diminishing harbor's needs. They're significant. So is the general fund. That revenue enhancement option is for everything outside of water and sewer.
Okay. And do we have a relationship and conversations going on with the owners of the power plant?
Yes, and yes, they're a much more active, interested group compared to the previous owners. And so discussions are, have been initiated, which is good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Addis.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about next steps for including local labor on major city capital improvement projects, starting out with the wharf, or the wharf being the initial project?
Yes.
Like, what would some next steps be? I think that's under achieve fiscal and
It's under
infrastructure,
goal.
right?
Goal number 2,
Thank
improve
you.
public infrastructure. Item number 2.
And that's item number 2.
Yeah, at least as it's listed now. And basically, I think what this takes, the next step is to have city council to review what those options may be. We certainly know there's the public labor agreement option. There may be others we're not aware of, but we would be bringing that to council within the next month or two. That's what we anticipate, and then seeking direction and moving forward. So that one would be something that we'd proceed on pretty quickly. I would say in the grand scheme of things, this was an item that was prior to the goals. It was a future agenda item request, and so we were then the goals happened, and then there was coalition around that as an action item, a priority action item. So we would anticipate sometime in May and June this coming back.
And then on work with San Luis Obispo County and cities on a regional partnership and solution to housing. I think that's the third goal. It's the one.
I don't know where to go.
I just lost it too.
That's fourth goal.
Thank you.
Number 4.
Fourth goal, number 4.
Yeah.
If you could just talk a little bit about what that might look like, or what some next steps would be. And then a second part of that question I have is around mobile home parks, but
okay.
I'll ask that in a sec.
Great. So what's RENA, Scott?
Regional Housing Needs Assessment.
Okay, so all the cities in the county are kind of going through this regional housing assessment process. And if you read the newspapers, basically the housing crisis is the issue du jour for California. The stories just get worse and worse. How San Luis Obispo was the 7th least affordable county in the country now. Maybe it's worsened since that last article 2 weeks ago. At the state level, the governor has made this a top priority. Pensions were the issue 2 years ago. Now nobody's talking about pensions, it's housing. The numbers are just that bad. And so the county has been charged with zoning and approving up to 10,000 new units countywide. And there's sort of a general allocation of those by population, I think. There's probably a little more nuance to that, but ultimately, each city is responsible for a portion of those units, and we've been assigned about 300. Doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it truly is when you consider what little land we have at our disposal. There may be other portions of the county have greater opportunities. Now, the state has pretty much said there's no swapping that can occur, but there may be opportunities nonetheless to figure out how that exchanges could occur, and maybe if there's going to be more development in other parts of the county, that some of the regional dollars for infrastructure could help support that. So when we think about regionalism, that's really what this is about. It's not saying all the development needs to occur in Atascadero or Morro Bay or SLO. It's just that we think broadly about this issue, and that's what the state's sort of seeking. in order to avoid more punitive approaches like reducing our ability to charge impact fees for development. I mean, the very things that make our infrastructure possible, they're looking at taking those away if cities don't cooperate. Morro Bay sort of provided some certain latitude because we're in the coastal zone. You know, I don't know how much the governor is willing to take on the coastal commission, and even if he could, legalities involved. So there's some level of protection, if you will, for Morro Bay, but nonetheless, we want to be good players in this. And so there's that RENA number, and they're really looking at affordability, looking at the various levels of affordability and trying to create housing at each level. In some respects, sometimes what you get is funding for the very lowest income and then everybody else. And then there's the missing middle, which you probably heard about, you know, people who are middle class and can't afford to buy a home, or kids that get out of college and have to leave because there's no housing for them to buy that they can afford, or rental opportunities. So it's really kind of thinking at this holistically. So each of the city managers are participating in these discussions, planning directors, public works directors. The county's hired a person for housing specifically to address the RENA. It's a 2-year limited term position. So we're sort of going through this phase of discovery and looking at data, considering options, but that's just city managers talking with each other. This is all about what cities and the county can do, and the city council members and mayors and board of supervisors, this is going to be theirs. So we're trying to create a framework that can work and that really thinks about this more globally than in our own silos as cities, because we have to get this right. I mean, 10,000 is a significant number. If it's not done well, you create more problems than you're solving. So that is a bit of a long explanation, I apologize, but that sort of gets at some of the bigger issues we're thinking about, and then eventually these things will flow back to council as this framework gets developed a little bit more.
Are there timeframes, like in a year, 6 months, 2 years?
So this all feeds into the city's housing element update. We'll be starting that after this summer. We're going through contracting for that service. One of the regional efforts that Scott was referring to is looking at how we can kind of get together and leverage some of the research that we have to do, because we're all the housing element cycle, 6 cycle that we're in, we're all doing it at the same time, and we're going from a 5-year cycle to an 8-year cycle. And one of the things we're looking at is, and we've talked to the Department of Housing and Community Development, who has to certify our housing element, is about how we count accessory dwelling units, how we count mobile homes, and they've told us we can count them based on income levels, but we have to do research to tell them what those are. So we can get some credit for the housing that we're building right now, because the city is building a significant number of accessory dwelling units right now. I would say a solid third of the applications for new homes that come in include accessory dwelling units. So that's one of the regional things that we're working on, and again, it'll be part of the housing element update. And as soon as SLOCOG, San Luis Obispo County Governments, adopts the regional transportation plan, then we have about a year and a half to adopt our housing element. They're due to adopt that July. So anyway, so we're all kind of lining up and it'll be, we'll have to have it in place and ready to send off for certification within 18 months after that's adopted, which will be in July, I believe.
If I may say something, though, the RENA numbers are not an obligation to build. The RENA numbers are our obligation to provide zoning and infrastructure to support a particular number of houses. Developers build. So just because we establish a RENA number doesn't mean that these houses are going to blossom overnight. Is that correct?
Yes. Cities don't build housing, typically. But HCD, and I guess is pushed down through the governor's office, is being very stringent on how we account for housing. So when I started the general plan update process, I talked with HCD because I said, hey, we are constrained. We can't annex outside our boundaries without a vote of the citizens currently. And I said, so I don't see us annexing pieces of land to develop housing on. I said, so is it enough if we just account for increased densities and I put mixed use over some of our commercial areas, and that's how we can accommodate the additional development? And 3 years ago when I asked them the question, they said yes. 2 months ago when I asked them the question, they said no. Yes, yeah, so they're saying, well, you have to prove to us if it's going to be in these mixed use areas that those properties are going to redevelop and be built. I have no idea how you do that, but that's what they told me on the phone. So there's a lot of moving parts to it. I think things are changing very quickly on the front of housing. There are 206 bills currently running through the legislature that deal with housing. 40 of them deal with CEQA in housing, California Environmental Quality Act. I mean, the landscape is moving quickly. I'm not exactly sure where we're going to end up. I do know that some of this regionalism that we're looking at looking at housing probably will help us deal with this, because it's not just City of Morro Bay that has to deal with that issue. It's the other cities in the county and the county itself that has to deal with it. And we were all kind of sitting around the table with HCD on the speakerphone, just kind of like jaws dropped. I was not happy when I heard that, because it was a change from what they told me, but don't shoot the messenger. It was not their fault. It's coming from on high. So anyway.
Further questions?
Yeah, then we had at least one person came to public comment, and all of council got this email that was very concerning about mobile home parks. And not to dig into the details, but if we had to address policy around mobile home parks, how do you see that fitting in with this other work around housing?
Well, I think, there was a lot of foresight, previous councils that saw mobile homes as an affordable housing option, one of the best options really in Morro Bay. And we have a lot of residents who utilize them, and many who are low income. And there's a rent kind of stabilization component in the actual municipal code. Very, very specific process about how to determine if you're qualified for the stabilization. Very detailed criteria about how you can prove that you are in case there's a dispute, and then there's a dispute resolution through the city. Not the city manager, but you actually bring people in from the community to serve as a dispute resolution board in essence. So it hasn't been triggered many times. I think that's enough of a threat hopefully for a park owner not to tamper with the sanctity of that stabilization, but there has been recent incidents of that, or at least claims of such, and so we're working individually with those folks who feel like they're maybe being targeted, or that their rights may be under the municipal code might be being violated. So we've been providing guidance, making sure that they're documenting how they meet the criteria, and then just telling them that you should pay based on what you are, you pay what the stabilization says, and if your park owner disputes that, then we'll get involved. It's sort of the communication that's gone with a few folks who've reached out to my office. Yeah. But as far as a broad policy, the state is looking at different avenues for protecting current mobile home park users, because it's sort of the propensity has been for folks to buy them out and then significantly increase the cost, and the RV that you own becomes essentially worthless, even though you may have paid thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars to place it there. Now it's worth nothing because the rent is too expensive. So a lot of people get caught in that trap. So the state is looking at ways of sort of preempting those from happening, but that hasn't been a big issue here as far as I know.
Thank you.
Good questions. Okay, I have no questions. I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak regarding item C2? Welcome to come forward. Looking around, seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to council for, I'll entertain a motion.
Could we make some comments about changes we might like to see at this point?
You could include that in your motion, or you could, if you wanted to have discussion first, I'm happy to go there.
Okay, well, I just have a couple of little changes that I'd like to see if my fellow council members will agree with. So why don't I just mention what they are, and we'll see if I can persuade them to change it.
Why don't you go for it? Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, under improving public infrastructure, I would like to add an action item, implement the approved CIPs. And I say that because I think implementation is important, and I think it takes staff time, and I want us to recognize that, so that when we start to talk about if we're going to take some things off, that one's on there, and it doesn't kind of fall by the wayside. And then I would like to say complete and bring to council a parking management plan to address parking issues in the downtown and waterfront areas.
Are you
Now-
talking about modifying
Yes, modifying
number 3?
number 3 under goal 2.
Thank you. Okay, could you? Yeah.
Complete and bring to council a parking management plan to address parking issues in the downtown and waterfront areas. Not begin work. And I would certainly ask Eric how he would feel and how the Harbor Advisory Board would feel about eliminating the RFQ for the boatyard. And I know that they would like it, and I know that they have wanted it to, continue to be on your work plan, but at some point, we have to say, we've tried, and it's not going to happen. I mean, I'm concerned that Eric is spending a lot of time on that to no avail. And if it really isn't feasible, and that's what some people have said, we're just too small to have our own boatyard here. And nobody's been interested in building one, and nobody's even interested in doing a feasibility study. I just don't know why we're continuing to work on it. But I will, if Eric thinks it's important to continue working on it, I'd be willing to listen. But I'd rather work on a strategy for how we can address your...
Well, let's let him answer the question first before you go to the next strategy.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Councilmember McPherson. So as you know, the HAB has been working on it for really decades, with this latest effort starting up several years ago. And it's been an important element in their work plan, and they've put a lot of time into it. The reasons for whether, and it really should be an RFP, not an RFQ. We looked at an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications, a little bit of a different animal. I think Rob understands that language better than I do, but a feasibility study for how financially feasible such a yard might be was what we were looking at. Reasons we didn't get any responses, as Scott mentioned earlier, may have been partially because there's not a lot of entities that do boatyard stuff. It's kind of a specialty. The company that we had do one probably a decade and a half ago, maybe even 2 decades ago now, no longer exists. There's not a lot of folks out there doing it. And the RFP we put out was a little, in hindsight, on the complicated side in terms of how we phased it. I think that might have been a detriment to it. So I think the HAB would like to see a definitive answer to it, one way or another. Unfortunately, that probably means an RFP or a feasibility study process, which is going to cost money. I didn't put it in the budget because I really didn't see it with all the other infrastructure things we've got. A boatyard dream was less important than, hey, the infrastructure we have now, so let's put money on that. And as Scott mentioned, there's some members on the HAB that are looking at potential grants that could fund a feasibility study. So should we be able to come up with some grant funding or some other funding to do it? I don't see why we wouldn't pursue it. I'm not personally spending a lot of time on it at this point because it's not funded. I have nothing funded to do. So if they come up with a grant and they want to continue pursuing it, I've largely put it back on the HAB members because I don't have the time. Kind of not answering your question. I think I'm dancing around it a little bit.
No, I think you did answer it.
I don't want to entirely kill it because they do want to see it, an answer definitively one way or another, whether it's financially feasible, and if it is, I believe they're going to say we should keep pursuing it. Obviously, the overall larger funding of it, even if we get a study that says, yeah, it's financially feasible under these circumstances, then you've got to pursue those circumstances, which is a whole nother very, very financial large nugget to crack.
So just out of curiosity, why not just, if they really want to build a boatyard, why not just an RFP to build the boatyard, and then you would see if it's financially feasible, because somebody who's interested in it would bid on it.
Look at the current status. No responses in 2018 to the RFP.
Right.
And the RFQ, the idea of the RFQ was to try and see if there were firms, entities, people that were interested in potentially building the yard. That was what that was aimed at. And the RFQ attempted to look at and put it under several different possibilities. Hey, just come, here's an empty lot. You want to come build it? Do you want to join with the city and we'll come up with some way of financing it together? Or do we want to completely fund it and will you come and operate it? And nobody responded to that. So yeah, you're absolutely right. That is indicative of the potential viability or not of a yard. But again, I think the Habs position is going to be, it's not a definitive answer, and financial feasibility study really will tell you where it pencils.
Does it come?
I have a hard time answering that one because
Does it come down to the fact that it's not included in the budget? It's not a budgeted item to complete an RFQ for Marine Services facility? There's no budgeted dollars in the budget for it. So therefore, I guess maybe what you're asking is, why is it a continued goal? And maybe the goal is have HAB continue to look for grant opportunities. Maybe that's the change in the goal, as opposed to this.
Yeah.
And so if Councilmember McPherson feels comfortable changing that to that, and if the remainder of council feels comfortable, perhaps that would be the more appropriate goal?
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It's not in my budget if the budget goes through as proposed right now, so the goal wouldn't quite match the budget.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Very good point, yeah. So
right.
So
it's a good point.
Yes.
Would be comfortable with that?
Sure.
Okay, sure.
Yes, absolutely. I know it's important to them, and so if they're willing to do the work and raise the money to fund a feasibility study, I say yes, we could modify the goal, or the objective, I should say, accordingly.
So I think I have a note on that, and I can repeat it back in a second on the comments, just to get consensus.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And then finally, this is the last one I'm going to mention. It's just adding tourism to the partnership policy.
I'm sorry?
It's the last one under goal number...
Goal 3, number 2.
Number 2. This was a goal from last year, and I just believe that tourism needs to be involved in that discussion.
Yep, definitely. Thank you. Great point.
So give it to me again. I just finished your last one. Sorry.
It's
I had no where it is. What did you want to add? The
tourism.
TBID or tourism?
Tourism department.
Department or?
Will be in, tourism staff will be involved in the
Tourism
discussion.
staff.
So I've got that.
Tourism
Okay.
staff, yeah.
Got it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so
I can, are you? You sure, certainly may.
I don't understand how tourism gets involved with the partnership policy. I thought that was a policy to forgive fees for certain activities.
it is, but the way it currently works, oftentimes they get a grant from the city, from tourism, to offset the fees that they pay the city for rental of the
So
facilities.
this is broader than the partnership policy was where this starts, but this includes the fee study related to city
Right.
rentals and related to city events. So I think it's
When
all
should we
encompassing.
give
Right.
reductions in fees for the use of city facilities, especially if it's bringing tourists into town?
Like the Bird Festival,
Yeah,
et cetera.
exactly. So they're connected, and tourism needs to be a party to just
Right, and the other side is just the nonprofits, regardless of, that's not our word, regardless of the economics, or if it's a special event, it's just, do we want to have a broad policy for nonprofits, utilization of city facilities?
Exactly.
Because it's sort of all over the place right now.
Right, right. So is that answer it?
Sure.
So if we adopt this, climate change is not on here, but there's a climate action plan, and there's going to be an update at some point. And so if council wants to do something around climate change, and I know you want to have a framework and a process for bringing new things forward, this is a ton of work as it is. So like, what does that mean for climate change and addressing climate change if it's not part of this?
So we have a climate action plan. We're sort of getting to the end of the life of that document, although we haven't done all of the, implemented all the things that are in it at this point. Climate change in two different sections. We're doing the general plan and LCP update, and that entire effort addresses climate change to various degrees as it relates to sea level rise and those types of things, and those policies are strewn throughout it. That's the way it was designed. As it relates to the climate action plan specifically, though, kind of like greenhouse gas emission and addressing those types of things, we do meet regionally. Our senior planner does that, Cindy Jason, that was here earlier this evening. The collective, folks in the county are meeting and talking about what that might look like. When we put the climate action plans together, that was a regional effort. It was done collaboratively, and everybody kind of rolled them out at the same time. They all look very similar, have similar policies in them and those types of things. The update process saved the city of SLO because they have staff dedicated just to that, are looking at doing it again regionally. Don't have a time frame on it right now. I mean, they're still talking about it. So I think the last meeting they had was about a month ago, and that was one of the topics: is how they do that, how they roll it out, and what are next steps. Again, there's also a bunch of legislation, making its way through the state too for this. So we're sort of sitting back and a little bit waiting, because that was one of the issues that came up out of the regional meeting that we had recently, was that there's a lot of legislation coming down that's might change how we do that and where we're at with those types of things. And so we're a little bit of a wait and see, because there's a bunch of legislation not just geared towards housing, but also climate change.
Yeah.
So if it's strewn through, oh, sorry, you go.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to add the more Monterey Bay Community Power, if we have a substantial sign up or very low opt out, I mean, that really does change kind of our greenhouse gas equation, because we'll be purchasing almost entirely clean and green energy compared to what we get from PG&E at this time, which is kind of in the 30 to 40% range. So that overnight, that makes a substantial difference. We do want to do some more work, and at least look at work around kind of alternative transportation, going through some revisions of our help me out, Rob, the transit plan.
Our transportation element, and then our bike pedestrian plan.
That's right. And then we're also, with IWMA, which is Integrated Waste Management, they're going to be looking at rolling out more organics, composting, which, I mean, these are things that everybody can do and participate in, which is great. Side note to that is the recycling market has collapsed, and so everybody's sort of grappling with that. And so the state of California is not going to let go of its recycling goals, which are probably the highest in the nation. But how do we achieve those when China's no longer accepting it, and Malaysia was the dump off, is now is thinking about no longer accepting it. So we, have to try to stay one step ahead of all that. But like as Scott mentioned, the city of SLO is the ability to fund an entire office dedicated to sustainability. Ours is going to be a little more piecemeal, but we will have more guidance with the general plan update, and when the climate action plan needs to be revised pretty soon.
So we're in discussion.
Yes.
Questions? I'm just going to try to rein it in.
Can I ask one more?
Okay.
Okay. Is it fair to say, though, then, even if climate is not listed on here, that there's actions that will be taken within the general plan update, within some of these other things that will be, like things that are part of the normal work process?
It's not fair to say that's what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion.
Well, I haven't had a chance to maybe even discuss yet, so I'll take my turn. That's okay. That's all right. I only had one change, and I had no questions. So, it occurred to me, and I talked to Scott today about it, that the biggest impact on our expenditures over the next 10 years is going to be CalPERS, and we left it out, and I don't know how I forgot to bring it up at the goals session, but I'd like to consider adding under the Section 1, Achieve financial sustainability and sustainability and economic sustainability, the following: complete a detailed review of the CalPERS pension liability / OPEB and health liability and determine specific actions to minimize the financial impact to the city. And Scott and I discussed the fact that, yes, it's something that they're probably going to do anyway, but I think, given a discussion we had this week with the mayors and the city managers, that there are some new information that we've received regarding this that may significantly impact us, and it raises even further, I think, the intensity of discussion and the need to have a plan to address it and mitigate it, so even if that's possible. Anyway, that would be the only addition I would have to it. And so let me read back what I've got from Marlis and the changes that I have. Goal 2, number 3, complete and bring to council a parking management plan to address parking issues in the downtown and waterfront areas. Did I get that right? Okay. Is there a head nod on that one? Okay. Item 4 under goal 2, the HAB to pursue grants for an RFQ for marine services facility, quote, boatyard feasibility study, and bring forward information to city council for next steps. Okay. And I add a number 6 under number 2, implement approved CIPs for the One Water plan. Did I get that right? No.
Yes, but there are other CIPs too.
You want them all?
I think if we say we're going to pursue them next year and there's funding for them next year, hopefully we are actually implementing them.
Okay. So implement approved CIPs. Looking, okay. And then the goal that I had to add under number 1, which would be number 13, complete a detailed review of the CalPERS pension liability, which would include OPEB and health, and determine specific actions to minimize the financial impact to the city. Sure.
On that one, if it can include advocacy.
Absolutely.
With the state.
Absolutely.
And on the part of the mayors.
Indeed.
And city managers, et cetera.
In fact, that's part of the new information that we talked about. Yes, absolutely. Included in that would be that as one of the, I think, action items that would occur. Yeah.
Can I make my motion now?
Now you can.
Oh,
yeah, I just want to make sure everybody was good on.
No, I apologize.
No, not at all. Go ahead.
I move that the City Council adopt the 2019 and 2020 city goals and work plan as amended by the mayor and provide, and that's it.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember McPherson, second by Councilmember Addis. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
Great, thank you. That's a great discussion, very important discussion on the goals for next year. Hopefully we haven't added tremendous workload to the city staff with regard to that. Well, that brings us to item number C3. Consideration for adoption of Resolution 33-19, approving the engineer's report and declaring the intent to levy the annual assessment for the Cloisters Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Livick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The Cloisters Landscape Lighting Maintenance Assessment District was formed with the subdivision of Tract 1996, the Cloisters, in the fall of 1996. Never noticed that coincidence before. Anyway, in April of this year, City Council adopted Resolution 2319 ordering the preparation of the annual engineers report. That report is attached to the staff report. Staff proposes no significant changes with the operation and maintenance, though there are changes with this year's budget. Changes include carryover of approximately $16,000 in the budget to complete the Cloisters landscape, improved landscaped area assessment that will dictate perhaps future improvement plans there. And then the other change is the implementation of basically charging the overhead, the city's overhead through the cost allocation plan to the assessment district at about $11,000. That brings the total operating budget proposed for next year to $141,275, with approximately $7,700 going into reserves or accumulation. And that concludes, and the proposed total assessment is $148,944 for the 120 lots, or $1,241.20 a year per lot. That concludes my staff report, and request that City Council adopt Resolution 3319 that approves the engineer's report and sets the public hearing to levy the assessment for June 25th, 2019, at or about 5:30 in this building, the Vets Hall. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Leivik. Council questions? Right, no questions? Okay. I'll open up public comment. Any members of the public wishing to come forward? I do have a speaker slip. Dawn, finally, welcome. Good to see you this evening.
Yes. First of all, major kudos to this floor. Have you guys seen the floor? It was already finished. It looks really nice.
It does.
Greetings, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, folks in the audience. Hi, Betty. Anyway, my name is John Beatty, and I live in Morro Bay. I wanted to take this opportunity to put a shout out to Matt Bishop, who works in Rob's Public Works Department, for his outstanding efforts at making the Cloister Assessment District look as good as it can. It's been many years since the Cloisters had a dedicated resource, and I wanted to say on behalf of the homeowners that we really appreciate Matt and the city's decision, Scott, to allocate a dedicated resource to us. We're also looking forward to hearing from Oasis, the company that has been put under contract to look at the entire assessment district and provide landscape plans for things such as the median and the demonstration gardens. I continue to believe that if a time comes when the Cloisters assessment money provided solely by the homeowners is no longer enough for the city to maintain this public park, that the city finally gets some skin in the game. Thank you for listening, for all you do.
Thank you, Dawn. Public comment is still open. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, something triggered.
Sure.
Just want to
put it out there that the work that Oasis is doing will be reviewed at the next Public Works Advisory Board meeting, which is a special meeting because tomorrow is Amgen Day, and we didn't want the conflict there. So it'll be on May 29th here in the Vets Hall at 5:30. We'll be reviewing the Oasis ideas for rehabbing the landscape out there. And I agree, Matt and his crew does a great job out there at the Cloisters.
Absolutely. Shout out to Matt. Okay. Thank you, Rob. Entertain a motion.
I move that we adopt resolution number 33-19, declaring the intent to levy the annual assessment for the maintenance of the Cloisters Park and open space for fiscal year 2019-20, and approve the engineer's report.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Davis for the staff recommendation, a second by Councilmember McPherson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
Thank you. That brings us to item number C-4, adoption of resolution 34-19, approving the engineer's report and declaring the intent to levy the annual assessment for the North Point Natural Area Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District. Turn it over again to Mr. Leibig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The North Point Landscape Lighting Maintenance Assessment District was also formed in 1996. The district maintains the North Point open space area improvements, including the parking area and stair access, maintains the natural area and improvements that lead up to that area that aren't maintained by the homeowners association there. In April of this year, the City Council ordered the preparation of the engineer's report through the adoption of Resolution 2419. Again, staff proposes no significant changes in the maintenance operations and intend on including and we have included $645 a year for the cost allocation plan, which pays for city overhead. Additionally, we're developing a capital improvement project for that development, which includes increased lighting in the parking lot area and fencing to limit vehicle access up to the bluff top. We've had some complaints about people off-roading and trailblazing up the bluff and driving around up there. The total operating cost for the assessment district is estimated at $5,200 of the $5,645 annual assessment. Again, that concludes my presentation and request council adopt resolution 3419, approving the engineer's report and setting the public hearing for June 25th, 2019 at 5:30 p.m. or shortly thereafter in the Morro Bay Vets Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leibig. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll open public comment. Anybody out there for item number C-4? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to council for entertainment of a motion.
I move that we adopt resolution number 34-19, approving the engineer's report and declaring the intent to levy the annual assessment for maintenance of the North Point natural area.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Davis to move the staff recommendation, seconded by Councilmember Addis. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
Thank you. That brings us to item number C-5, Consideration of adoption of ordinance 622, authorizing an amendment to the California Public Employees Retirement System contract to implement cost sharing and adoption of Resolution 35-19, approving a 1% salary increase for local police members in the Morro Bay Police Officers Association. Turn that over to Ms. Swanson, our City Clerk/Human Resources Manager. Not Madam Secretary, I'm sorry.
Put on my other hat. This is the third opportunity that the council's had to consider this item, which implements a portion of the MOU that was agreed to between the city and the Morro Bay Peace Officers Association last year, which is that the Peace Officers Association will begin to make a 1% contribution toward the employer's portion of their PERS retirement benefit. In exchange, they'll receive a 1% salary increase. So this item adopts the ordinance amending the city's contract with CalPERS and also approves the resolution establishing that 1% salary increase for the POA members only.
Great. We've seen this a couple times before. Any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I just have one
question. Sure,
just
go
one,
ahead.
one question. I just wanted to verify in the discussion of the fiscal impact that the fiscal impact is actually approximately $7,000 a year. Is that correct? Because it's not a one-for-one change.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
My apologies. I need to open it up for public comment.
Oh.
Seeing no members of the public present, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for a motion.
I move that we adopt by title only with further reading waived, ordinance number 622, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City of Morro Bay and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, implementing Section 20516 to provide employee cost sharing of 1% for local police members in the Morro Bay Peace Officers Association for fiscal year 2018-19, and authorize the mayor to execute the contract amendment, and that we adopt resolution number 35-19, approving a 1% salary increase for those affected employees as agreed in the successor memorandum of understanding with the Morro Bay Peace Officers Association for the period July 1, 2018 through June 30th, 2020, effective June 15, 2019.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Davis for the staff recommendation, second by Councilmember McPherson. No further discussion. Yes, indeed.
I just want to thank Dana for answering all my questions via email.
And thank you for all your work on this, too. It's been, I know, a number of months. Voice vote, please.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
Brings us to item number C6. On a prior occasion, you may remember this was agendized by Councilmember Heller, who could not be here tonight. We initially were going to look at it, I believe, at the last council meeting or the council meeting before, I can't remember which. We did postpone it until he could be present. He's away on an emergency, and I would ask that we consider postponing this item until such time as he could be here, if that's agreeable to council.
I agree.
Okay, so do we need a motion to table that?
No.
Okay, so that will be tabled until the next meeting. And with that, council future agenda items. Looking to my left, nothing. To my right, nothing. I have none. Seeing none, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for being here. The next regular meeting of the Morro Bay City Council will be held on Tuesday, May 28th, 2019 at 5:30 p.m. at the Veterans Hall, located at 209 Surf Street, Morro Bay, California. We also have a special budget meeting this Thursday, May the 16th at 4 p.m. at the Veterans Hall. Thank you. Good evening.